Hello, everybody. We're back. Satisfactory Wednesdays and Thursdays. On time, every time, never delayed at all. Let's begin. Stream 36 today, I think. Now, I loaded into this earlier, and the power just tripped. Let's see if it does it again. And I think it's doing that just for no reason. Like, random save load errors. I was reading something today, actually, about how people think the problem with 600 on pipes and 1200 belt speed is to do with when the autosave happens or when you save and load the game. The power didn't trip, at least not yet. Yeah, so interesting. Oh, there we go. There should be no reason it would trip. Weird error. Because we're producing way more than we need. I don't know what that is. I don't even want to know. Right, so picking up where we left off yesterday, or last Thursday, we need to make supercomputers, or that's the plan. Supercomputer. And to do that, I believe we have everything except for the plastic. I think I have to do a bit of a count of where our plastic is currently going, because we changed it around in the previous episode, but I did update the Milano document already to say that we make 1600 now. And 1326 is the old, outdated number. I at least have a good idea of where these should be going, so we can start rerouting plastic to go up to the various areas correctly. That's the only reorganization I need to do. Once that's done, then we can kind of see how much plastic we have, see if we need more, and go ahead with it. I know that I need 8 supercomputer manufacturers, so at least we have the numbers, generally speaking. Hello, Adam Walker, and hello to the people that were waiting in the chat from before. Yeah, I'm a little bit later today. I've been actually really productive though, it's good news. Just generally, if you're a fan of my content overall. I've got Rome 2 videos coming out, I've got the next Satisfactory video should be either tonight or like for members. Hopefully, if not, it'll just be out tomorrow for everybody. So I'm happy with that video. It's actually longer than I thought. I thought it was going to be kind of short, but it's nearly an hour long again. So I've been in the editing room seeing if I can cut anything out that I consider totally useless. There's quite a big focus in that video on cosmetics, and I don't know if people really want that or not. Sorry, yeah, I've been reading Manderlord stuff has been kicking off a lot. I haven't done that much with them, but just always checking in to see if I'm needed. Right, so yeah, I'm gonna have to do a bit of a catch up on where this plastic is going. So I might actually get the notepad out for this. And thanks, Adam. Right, so this should already be written down in the Milano document. So we have 20.8 assemblers. So the assemblers making plastic, not plastic, AI limiters are over here. This actually has an issue, I think, with it, doesn't it? Or it did. Oh no, it's working now. Okay, cool. The overflow is the wrong belt speed, but it's all good now. They were getting a bit backed up, which meant plastic was probably going to get backed up, but that's okay. It should be speeding up now. Right, so I just trust that this number is correct. So 546, 546, and then we need a belt of 260. I'm just trying to see, can we get the exact amounts there? And then apparently this one has a question mark next to it, so I'm not sure what that's about. Oh, it's what we think we have left over. So 100 goes off into the containers. That's okay. And 100. Alright, well this is easy enough then. Doof. Is there a way to limit the trucks on how much they take from a truck stop? So I can make a factory with the correct amount of plastic needed, or will there always be either some overflow or underflow? Well, let's break that down. It's a bit of a tough one to answer the way you phrased it. Not that you phrased it wrong. I totally get where you're coming from. But you're saying, is there a way to limit? The answer is no. There's no way to limit it, but it shouldn't be a problem. Struck here, skirting along the edge. It shouldn't be a problem. Let's say, so just read it again. Yeah. So if you, let's say you make 500 plastic per minute, and you want a truck just to take 400, and the truck is carrying it off to another factory. Presumably that factory is consuming 400, right? You can't do it. You can't set it that way. The way you'd have to, what you need to do is just create an overflow splitter So let's say 500 is going in there per minute. You send overflow into an awesome sync. That just keeps everything running. Over time, the truck will just take what it needs. And eventually, the truck station will start to fill up. It'll get full. The overflow will roll into wherever it goes. Now, you could put another truck on that same station that takes another batch to another factory that consumes 100. And it'll work itself out, if you know what I mean. It might not feel that way or seem that way, especially when the numbers are really low, but it does work out that way. So you can have one truck station with 10 trucks going to 10 different factories, and if they all just needed 3 per minute, you know, eventually that would take a long time, to be fair, but it would democratize and work out that way. So yeah, but if the question is, can I limit what a truck takes? No. You need to just, generally speaking, produce whatever the number is you want, and then send the overflow into a awesome sync if you want to keep your machines running. Hopefully that makes sense. I'm following the Desert series and wanted to send the remaining plastic to a new factory. Yeah, so in the Desert series, you must have gone further than me though, right? Because in the Desert series, I make 200, at the current state, it's 200 plastic and 200 rubber. The next video is upgrading that to be 400 and 400. Which will be out tomorrow, hopefully, for everybody. Anyway. So if you have your 200 plastic in a truck station, and your question is, can I limit the amount that gets taken away? You can't, as mentioned, but just like in the video, I have an awesome sync, right? I guess I'm struggling to understand what's the problem, right? So you've got 200 going in there per minute, going in, and then you have an overflow where it goes here. So let's say you're sending it somewhere where you're using 50 or 100 or 120 or something. Then the remaining 80 will just go in there. Just let the truck do its job. It'll deliver a big batch. It'll look like it's delivering loads, which is fine. But eventually on the other side, that truck station will be full. And when it comes back, it won't be able to kind of fill itself completely. It'll get backed up in here, and then eventually it'll roll in there. Hopefully that makes sense. And that way everything keeps running, right? Because you need those refineries to run to make power. Hey PRTGRT, and hey Martin. I'm doing good, thanks for asking. Hope everyone else is doing good too. Why is the YouTube series so far behind? This is a different save. This is a stream world. So this, by anyone just joining, I should always mention this, I suppose. This is my 1.0 Northern Forest series. There's 2 series at the moment. One is the Desert series, which is all heavily edited and planned. This one, much less planned. I just sit down, chat with you guys twice a week, Wednesdays and Thursdays, and we just play the game. And this has been going on. This is the 36th stream, and it's been going on since the 1.0 came out. So that's why they're different. I'm way further in this one, because A, it started earlier, and B, I don't do any prep. I just kind of play through the game. And I don't try to make anything look good, that kind of thing. So the other series is much more focused on hopefully a higher quality feeling. You know, these streams are like 6-7 hours long sometimes. Those videos condense those 7 hours really into 1 hour. I don't edit these streams down into videos. They just stay as streams because I wouldn't have the time. Haven't seen me without a cap? I'm a bald man. Super bald. Not that I mind. I just wear a cap because I think it looks a little bit better. But I often go around without a cap. But I used to wear a cap before I went bald. But yeah, I used to stream bald for like a year on Twitch and stuff. I'm not worried about doing that, but I do just think it just looks better, basically. And I like wearing hats. But as you can see, I don't mind showing people. And right now I'm super white and pale, so like a big football. Hello, friend. Please skip out the videos. Thank you, Lunar Rose. Thank you very much. Appreciate that a lot. For the $2. The super chat. First super on a live stream, so I really do appreciate that a lot. What is your problem, man, huh? Should I extend this out and help you along a bit further? Maybe I should. Sure, why not? Not that it really matters, obviously, but I don't like seeing it get caught there all the time. You're a different person there, all good. Yeah, see, people say like, oh, you look so young, which is really nice, but not really, if you count the fact that, if you look at me in totality, right, being bald and everything. But I've went bald really young. What am I? I'm 32. I started going bald probably when I was like 19. Like a little bit. And then I shaved my head when I was about 24 or something. But I never liked my hair anyway, so honest, genuinely. I mean, I'd rather have hair than not, but it really doesn't, it's not like something that bothers me. I feel bad for the people that like seem to really care. Because I just don't think you should care that much, but I don't know. Well, it depends. I look at, see, it could be just a prejudice thing. I look at other bald people before I went bald, and I didn't think like, wow, that's weird or something. I don't know, I just kind of accepted it. I didn't really think too much of it. So me going bald wasn't much of a weird thing. I was just kind of like, okay. But I think some people, judging by how badly they take it, they must really consider when they see other people like it to be a real big negative. But I don't know. I've got a beautiful girlfriend. She doesn't care. So why would I? Anyway. I love the way you make your factory. It's very satisfying to watch after all the chaos that Let's Game It Out does. Thank you. How am I? I'm good. Thanks, Yusuf. Will blueprints from the desert biome upload after the 2 video? So in the previous video for the desert series, those blueprints did upload a few hours after the episode. The next episode is going up tomorrow, and the blueprints and save will go up with that. The additional ones. But all the blueprints you've ever seen are up right now. In the next video, you'll see new ones, and they'll be up straight away. World entertainment leaders are bald, mate. Yeah, again, it's just like one of those things I don't even think about. Like, but yeah, I guess you could say like, oh, Jeff Bezos is bald. Caesar went bald. Kind of. Anyways, right, anyways. So, let's see, what are we going to do? I need to count on, oh yeah, that's what I was adding up, where the plastic is coming from. So, 546 plus 260 plus 100. So 906 plastic is being used right now. 906. So if we say 1600 minus 906, you have 694 left. So I need to see if that's enough for my supercomputers. 694. And that's what we're making today. So just to go over that again, we're making supercomputers today. The idea is that we're going to build 8 of these. Should be straightforward enough. Hey, Gio, thank you so much. And that's a first super chat on a live stream as well. So appreciate that a lot. Thank you. I love seeing obviously every streamer loves seeing super chats, but I like seeing the ones that are just like $1. It's great. Trust me, it's like 1,000 views that you've just given me, so it's really helpful. So I don't want people to ever feel like, oh, I would give some, but you know, I don't want to just give $1 or something. It's like, that's actually really helpful. So thank you. Why it's not an issue going bald? Just cut it short and polish it a bit. Those with hair may reflect on that. Yeah, one thing I will say, just the last thing about going bald, is the thing that doesn't look good, in my opinion anyway, not all the time, but most of the time, is when you're balding. Just shave it. You'll look way better. You'll be more confident. It's much better that way. Yeah, so the nuclear waste is at the 2:32 hour mark is when I should panic. We're at the 2:15 mark. They got 7 hours. So today it's 8 supercomputers machines. Then we combine it with some other things that we made in the previous stream. I think it's like time crystals and stuff. That's going to give us the neural quantum processors. Once that's done, then it's all focusing on waste. The nuclear waste that's building up consistently in the background right now. But I'm just trying to... So this factory, right, from before, this is everything it makes, right? It's kind of a complicated... Not messy, actually, it's quite neat, but it's a lot of moving parts going on. So we were adjusting something last time to encourage making more plastic, which we've done, so that's ready to go. The plastic is the only component I need to make the 8 supercomputers. So, supercomputer recipe. We need 8 times 52.5. 8 times 52.5. Just. That's only 420. That's great. I thought it was going to be higher than what we have. So we have 694. We need, I'm just writing this down, 420. Excellent. So we don't need to build anymore. I was worried we'd have to get more oil or something. We don't. People don't care, sadly. Lunar Rose said that. I'm not sure exactly what that's about. Oh, the stereotype thing. It's a looks stereotype. It's very bad that we, not all of us, gossip about why people are bald and then bully them. Right, okay. Yeah. I guess I've never been a victim of it, and I've never thought about it when I saw other bald people before I went bald. I never judged them negatively. Except for if it's like the comb over type thing, and I'm like, I should probably clean that up. Anyway, I don't know why, but oil factors are usually my favorite to build. Yeah, they're one of the most nightmarish things to balance. But the next video is all about that. Actually, we're increasing the oil output ×2. At least on the Desert series. I'm just trying to think now about how I'm going to rearrange this plastic coming out. So what we have to do is work out what's going on each belt. We need 420 on a belt, or more. No problem. So down here, these are all the plastic refineries. And they're just going into an awesome sink. So we have faster belts now, right? We have the 1200 per minute belt speed. I might put them all on one belt. Because we could do that, and that would be very simple then, just to work out where everything goes. Ooh, actually though, we make 1600, so I suppose it would need to be 2 belts. I'm okay with that. Yeah, let's do it. Then we can remove all of this awesome sync stuff. It's 20 per minute. Okay, cool. 1, 2, 3. Just need to count how many of these are on a lane. Oh, it's 20. Excellent. Alright, 20 by 20. 400 plastic. So, these all have separate belts and stuff. Not really too sure why any of that happened. It doesn't need to happen anymore. I'm just trying to work out where things are going. It's so weird to see. And things need to keep moving, otherwise everything backs up and it's a pain. Now, this is going upstairs. I might say that we can meet in the middle and go straight up somewhere here. Yeah. Alright, finally. It's taken like 30 minutes to actually do my first buildable. Is that a 2-floor hole? It is. I'm just gonna cut that for a minute so I can go through. Ooh, there's a problem. It's gonna be a fun one. Caught the flu this week. Sorry to hear that. I had it a couple of weeks ago. At least that gave me time to catch up on the streams, I guess. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, actually, I probably should have done that myself. I was running out of things to watch. I should have watched some streams. I used to watch a lot of Twitch, but when I stopped streaming there myself, I stopped watching it. So we're going to go with a Mark 6 belt here. And that's going to come down and go into there. Yeah. Not going to send that in just yet. Just going to figure out where this is going to need to go. Oh, that's cool. It's like a big tube. So it's going to have to go into some sort of splitter. Oh, it's the wrong way around. That's correct now. It's definitely an input. There we go. Okay, so that's now going to go... One of them is going to go that way. And what belt speed is that? Mark 3. Yep. Leave it there, ready to connect back in. The other one was somewhere over to the right. It's all the way over there. These drone ports are kind of in the way. Such a messy factory. That's alright though, we'll just sneak through here. Now what speed do you want to be? A Mark 4. 5, okay. Move that power pole later. I want to go in there. Okay, so if we just turn that instead, that'll be lined up. Everything's in line with my power poles. Just leave that there so I know. Okay, so yeah, I just want to check something. So that's going into the AI limiters. So the AI limiters take in 546, so it does need to be a Mark 5, that's okay. And a Mark 3 is fine for the circuit boards. Great. Ah. Oh, yeah, yeah. It'll be 800 on this belt in total. And then overflow is going to go out somewhere else. Or we could send the final 100. Yeah, somewhere else, ultimately. Yusuf, thanks so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Wow, thank you so much. Hello, Martin, as well. Sundgvist. Hi, guys. Oh, I read that already. Is the new quantum computer was the old supercomputer? I think graphically it is, yes. But I don't know. I actually never made... Well, I did make supercomputers in the old game, thinking about it. Supercomputers look like this. That, I think... I don't know. I can't remember, but I know they did say something about this, right? This was what the quantum computer looked like. But now I can't think of what supercomputers used to look like, so I can't remember. Again, thanks for the 10 gifted memberships. That's gone to Martin, 420-435, Farmer Scott, David the Man, Jeff Nelson, Dan Rose, Jonathan White, Andy Overby, Markle Mack, and Raisin Sabu. Sorry if I said those names wrong. Okay, so let's try and do this quick so things don't get too backed up. We'll need these here actually anyway, I suppose, to send into overflow in just a moment. Thanks again. Alright, cool. Mark 6 out of our minds. Oh, you know what? This should be lower down. Damn. Instead of there, we need to go just under, but I can't do that now because that belt is there. Okay. This, just to keep it moving, just gonna send it somewhere else. Can you just go anywhere else? No? Don't want to do it? Too steep. Just need to keep it moving because heavy oil will back up like real quick. It's probably already backed up anyway. Just go in. Is it still not high enough? Okay. That should be going up now, right? And it's stalled. Oh yeah, because you haven't hooked these together. So you're done. Okay, that can flow again. And this one needs to go up that lift. So that lift is going to change direction. And it's got to be in Mark 5. Alright, that should keep everything moving for a bit. I know this is like really weird and technical and probably hard to follow. But needs to be done just to get it out of the way, and then we'll have a clean line for plastic, send it into the supercomputers, and then all will be well. Now, got a couple of refineries here that are had their things raised too high. So basically, we've gotten an improved belt speed, so they don't need to be on separate belts anymore. Trying to get rid of them. And instead, they can just plug into their old buddies that are down here. That Mark 1. Alright, so that should be totally fine. But these need to be... If it's... Oh yeah, Mark 4 is actually fine, right? Okay, so one thing that's a little off would be... There's loads of things off with this place, it's funny. We need another 20 refineries on this side if you want to get the numbers on that belt correct. So there's only 17 here, I think. Yeah. We need the 3 from the other side to merge up on that same belt. We don't need to, but I suppose it would be nice. Let me work out. What's going up there? It's 546 plus 260. 546 plus 260. That gives us 806. We got 400 there. 740. Yeah, so we are short. So we need That's such a weirdly specific number. I need at least 4 refineries then to join onto that. Now we have a big gap here that we can just plug into. And this is just rolling into an awesome sink. I need 4 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. So these ones could be raised, I guess, and we'll use them as a separate line. Rather annoying that we have to go around the fuel thing. Okay, so now I've got 2, 4, 6, 8. We have 41 times 20. So a belt of 820 is going upstairs. Which means it still needs a tiny bit of overflow. And we can give it that now. Might push this back a bit further then. And then I'll just catch my chat in a sec. Sorry, I've just been trying to make sure that nothing backs up too much, and I'll catch up with you guys in just one sec. Technically, we should only need a Mark 1 there. Nothing should back up beyond that. So, to be confident in myself, I'll leave it as a Mark 1. Or to show my confidence, I guess. So, if my numbers are correct, 14 per minute will go that way. At the moment, it might be a bit more, but we'll see. As it drains these. So I might put down a little sign on this, just so that when I come back here, I'll remember what's happening here. So, say a display sign. Not that layout, sorry. Just one text, please. So, 41 refineries. 820 per min. I'll say 806 per min. 14 overflow. And I'll give it a color and then color those machines so I know which ones are doing it. I'll just give myself that information here. Okay, so then we'll just color these ones red, and then I just know, and then we'll separate the other ones out later or something. We'll do... Right. Actually, there wasn't that much chat. I'm watching at 1.5 speed. I'll catch up soon. That's awesome. Yeah, nice. I'll see you soon. Gotta love belts and pipes always going the direction you don't want. I know, right? Have you ever created a train way that provides one item to multiple different factories? Yeah, plenty. Oh, well, I say plenty. I've only had really 3 or 4 playthroughs in this game. And my Update 7 playthrough was the one on YouTube. And I had a big train network going around the world. And it would, yeah, certain things would stop off at multiple places. Petroleum coke, I remember, was one thing that I delivered both to an aluminum factory and to a fused frame factory for some reason. But yeah, definitely done it before. The same principle as trucks, really. Alright, so I'm just coloring these so I know these machines do their own thing. They're accounted for 820 plastic per minute. And it's these 4 here. I wonder, should I just grab those 5 over there? Oh well, whatever. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now I'll just paint their mergers as well, so then I can really tell. Got that. So the red lines, they have their own job. Cool. Now there should be no confusion next time I visit this place about what's doing what. Not really, anyway. Okay. In fact, color the belt as well, why not? Nice, so we can see the plastic is finally starting to empty out, so nothing is rolling into there just yet. Give this the red color, because that's the overflow for here as well. Yes, it should be 14 per minute, I think, going in there. Nice. 14 refineries, 806 per minute. 14 per minute overflow. The machines combines for colored red combined. Machines in use are colored red. And then final piece of info down here. Cool, so I'll just hopefully know that now in future. If we ever come back here, I'll know where this is going, why it's doing this. Nice. For the desert playthrough, I'll be doing railway, yeah, probably. I'll need to. I plan on bringing things into the desert, so anything that's like long distance, high volume, we'll be using trains. So we'll probably have a decent train infrastructure to bring stuff in. We'll have to, but I don't need that yet. Once the factories start getting big. So the next video is about expanding power. So we go up to nearly 20,000 megawatts of power. That'll give us enough now to play around with certain things like building a bigger iron factory, copper factory, getting all the base components up for phase 3. After phase 3, the factories are going to get substantially larger, and then they're going to need... They won't be enough material in the desert to make what we want. We have to go outside, and we'll bring stuff in via trains. So it's going to be a while. For the time being, it's just going to be trucks delivering all the ore from the various areas in the desert for now. At least that's the plan. I don't have it all like super planned out. I just generally kind of feel like that's what's going to happen. Right. Okay, so color these ones as well. Color that. Right, we're still on cleanup duty, so I know at least how that's all working, and that's fine. And it seems to be okay. We'll check in on these numbers a bit later. But this now leaves us... Right, so 820. So we could say that 16... all the other belts can combine onto one. And we can siphon 100 off to go into here. Why is that running short? I don't know. I'll have to look into that. But they need 100. So we make 20 per minute in each plastic refinery. 3, 6, 9... 100. Yeah, so obviously then that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 refineries can go straight that way. So we'll do that with them. They'll have their own special belt also. Ooh, looks like I already did something like that. But we'll just have to reorganize it. So things are probably going to stall a little bit, maybe get backed up. I'm just going to redo it. So 1... 2, 3, 4, 5. Those are the ones that need to reconnect. The other ones won't need to. That'll be 100 straight up. On the lower belt, and then everything will combine onto that higher belt then after that. And it's 100 per minute, so a Mark II is totally fine. Move those power poles. Now, as for these, just gonna clear them. Might color this other group now purple or something, just so I know it's different. So we'll go with, or green. This is going into the containers. Okay, I must have deleted too much there by accident. I'll get to that. Those are the green ones, and they're heading over to the green section. That should never overflow now, so that's not needed. Oh god. You still on board with the idea of visiting other players' worlds to fix their factories? Yeah, maybe. Again, it's one of those things I'll have to see if I can do maybe after I finish this stream world. I don't think I could do it before then. Just popped in to say hi, wish you a wonderful stream. May your belts be balanced and your power be a straight line. That's funny. May your power be a straight line is a good one. You know, sign usage is underrated. I totally should do it, but probably won't because I get distracted easily. If you go into my like update 8 world and the Copper Caterium factory, the signs in there are awesome. And I know I built them and everything, but going in there, it's like, it just tells me where everything goes and what everything's doing. It's so nice having it in world. And it's something I mentioned in the next video actually, that it's something I want to do, which is bring stuff in world, have it make sense without having to look up documents or something outside the game. Right, almost good. So those 5 should be totally set for that 100 plastic per minute, as long as they don't slow down, nor should this. Might just take a little while. We'll just give them full plastic now. They make canisters that help keep turbo fuel rolling, so they're really important that they never run short, actually. Okay, good. Now, final thing is merging up this belt with the blue line. And that'll all be one new line, which is going to go into supercomputers. So what we can do is actually reverse these belts, send them out the other way. Yeah, so I'm just going to delete all this. They're all going to get backed up for a bit, but I'll try to be quick. Yeah, and we're going to send them in and around the back here, actually, so that'll be perfect. Alright, so merger. I'm amazed this is the only factory we've ever had to do this so far, considering how not planned this series has been, or these streams have been. Might have a power trip actually, because the heavy oil's been building up so much. Oh god, alright, let's get rid of these bottom ones and then we'll just hook in the things. Count how many of these are. That is 12. 12 times 20, 240. So Mark III belt down this way is totally fine. And it becomes a 300, so Mark IV, and then we're just going to use a 1600 or 1200 belt all the rest of the way. Alright, cool. So now these guys are free to get their plastic out. It's all going to join onto this one belt and continue out that way. We're going to bring it upstairs and make supercomputers with it. Mark IV. Let's just go from here as a Mark VI. Although, actually, I don't even think it needs that. How many are these? All these combined, 15? And then not counting the red ones. 29 more refineries. So 29 times 20. That's 580. So yeah, Mark 5 is totally good. The last one's direction is wrong. I don't think so. Oh, unless you went down there. I'll have a look in a second. Oh, looks good to me. Yep. Right, and that's a Mark 5 anyway, and that's just going in there. Oh yeah, and then we're adding, so what was that? That was 580, that's 29. 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. So 35 left over, I think will be the right number. 35? That says 700 even. I feel like my math is wrong somewhere because... Oh no, yeah. Cool. We only need 420 anyway. Oh, that's correct. Alright, I think I can take a breather. I think everything's working now. What color are those last ones? The other side. It's hard to know when... You can't be so vague, because I don't know what side you mean when I'm running back and forth a lot, so... Let's just have a look. So, from here... That is aiming out the correct direction. So that was accurate. This one... Well, we could just tell, right? There's these little... brackets, so they're all aiming to the left. So that's correct. Correct. That's all good. Then we aim down this way, which is correct. We aim to the right here on these. Yeah, so it is okay. Do we need to get all the resources around the world? I'm really bad with trains, so I just use whatever's close to me. No, you don't need to do that. You can do whatever you want, really. Some people just stay in one biome and they can finish the game from one biome. Honestly, if you just wait a little bit. Like, almost every biome has everything you need. The only thing you need to go get, usually, is bauxite. Finish the game in grasslands and Blue Crater, yeah. Okay, just checking. It looked like it wasn't moving. No problem. Yeah, it's not moving right now, actually. And that's because these would have been all backed up. So they're struggling to get out a little bit. They'll get out, though. They'll be okay. Eventually. They have belt speeds higher than what they need. Technically, this one doesn't, actually. I might keep them going. Alright, cool. Yeah, so if there's a heavy oil building up in these, I might just empty them out. Oh, no, you're actually okay. Wow. Okay, great. Did it without too much of a failure. As long as the machines hopefully will get back up to 100% now. It was on 93. Oh, alright, it took a little while. I'm just going to color these last machines and put a sign down, just so again I know how much is on this. So the red line says 41 refineries. 806 per minute with 14 per minute overflow. Yeah. So that's, you know, they're making 820. So is that right? 41 times 20, 820. So that's correct. The machines in use are colored red. They go to the circuit boards and AI limiters upstairs. Great. Now. Oh, that actually lowers down. Yeah, I guess I could fix that in a minute. The green line, right? So the green line needs its own signs as well. We don't need this anymore. That's gone. Green line just goes straight into making plastic. I guess I don't really even need that. It's just 100 plastic going into making containers. I guess for ease, I'll just do it here or something. Actually, maybe just at the lift again. Just so I know. So, this is 5 refineries, 100 per minute, no overflow. What else does it need to say? Nothing, right? Oh, the machines are colored in green, and they go into... Yeah, okay. Okay, so we know what they're used for. And then finally we have this big line. We'll color all of these machines. We'll just give them the default kind of blue color again. Do a darker blue. And maybe a white. So these ones down. Cool. And then we'll just paint this as well, just so I know. Now for ease, and I don't want confusion, I'm just going to get rid of that on the bottom. Good. Alright, so now we know what's doing what. And yeah, this just needs to go down a little bit, but we'll just bring it over. I think it might need to be, like, I don't know. I'm trying to remember how to do this, where you get the little thing just to go down a little bit. I guess actually... There we go. 2, 4, 6, 8, so it's an 80, so it needs to be a Mark II. Alright, I might just paint that pipeline just to keep a little bit of consistency, and then we'll move on to the supercomputers. Hey, we hit 1,000 nuclear pasta. Nice. Just catch on my chat because I was really busy trying to make sure that power didn't trip and stuff there, but I think it's a bit more organized now. Just a little bit. Looking forward to the next video. I'm finishing... Oops, scroll back up for that. I'm finishing my second playthrough this week, but always love seeing how other people approach the game. Thanks. Yeah, hopefully it'll be out tomorrow. It could be out tonight for members if I get it done. A lot of times it's better to make small sub-factories and transport smaller number of items. First playthrough is 160 hours, second one's over 320. This might be the first one I've ever beaten the game, and I'm currently on like 216, so... is what it is. I make basic factory for iron and smart plating. Yeah, so I guess someone probably asked, is it better to make small factories or bigger things? And hey, Fantasia, just popped in to say, oh, I read that already. But yeah, I don't know what's better. I think sub-factories is probably easier. I do like the idea that you just make a factory for the space elevator products. That's kind of nice idea. Like, okay, I'm just going to make an adaptive control unit factory and bring everything in needed for that. I'm going to make a blah 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 factory and bring everything. Rather than saying, like, I'm going to make an iron factory and make loads of iron components and send it all around to wherever it needs to go. Starting at just the space elevator part and working backwards, probably simpler. Anyway, do we need all the resources to go? Oh, you read that already. Oil can often be far away too. That's true. Yep. Am I almost finished? We're nearly there, yeah. Although I don't know how many hours is left. Could be really far, but I only need 2 more components, I think, to beat the game. How long would it take to find all the deposits of an ore and create a massive storage area for it and then distribute it out to factories? I don't think there's any need to do any of that. Someone asked this before, like, could I gather all the ore in the world and make a smelting factory? It's like, yeah, you could. I don't know why you would. Other than just the fun challenge of it, which I totally respect. But if you're just looking to get through the game, there's no... It's complete... Here's the problem with that, and I mentioned it before. Ore often takes up more storage than just the refined element. So, for instance, we look at Caterium. Caterium ore... every 3 ore makes 1 ingot, so you should refine it where it is. Why would you transport it if it takes up 3 times the space? But again, you could do it if you want. Even the best recipe for it halves it. Now, I guess it is true that with other things like copper, you do get more out of the ore, right? Yeah, I suppose at that point, it's like, yeah, something like copper with an efficient recipe would make sense. And probably iron as well. Probably most things other than Caterium and maybe quartz and bauxite. You're probably better off moving it and then refining it if you have the best recipes. But anyway, yeah, could you do it? How long would it take? I don't know. You can look on Satisfactory Calculator to see how many nodes there are. That would tell you. Generally speaking, if you blueprinted like a generalized, like minor mini factory train station, and you just went around and clicked it onto everything, the problem wouldn't be doing that. It'd be getting the power to run it all. Hey, Jamichael. You two didn't notify you. Damn. I'll have a word with Susan. Faded purple. Alright, we'll just paint these pipes as the final thing to do. And then we're out of this area for good. I know the belts aren't all painted or whatever, but it's fine. As long as I know what color the area is, that's the important thing. Now that we've grouped it into colors, and I'll just add signs for the blue area then. So this is the blue line here. This way our signs are all in the center, which is kind of nice. Right, so these signs haven't been determined yet, or these machines, they're not necessarily going anywhere. There should be going into supercomputers, so I'll just have to count this one last time. How many refineries are here? It's whatever 700 divided by 20 is. 35. 35 refineries. Part of me still feels like maybe the math is off. I need to just check one last thing with it, but let's say 35 refineries. And they're going to consume 420 per minute, which leaves us with 280 overflow. So we should have 280 left at the end of all this. Per minute. Alright, there we go. Should hopefully make sense. So we eliminated 2 awesome sinks. We straightened out our lines. We color-coded the machines. So now everything does make a lot more sense. The wires are a bit all over the place. And we've given signs as well for the future. The only other thing now is I just need to check against these numbers. So one thing I can just simply do is go 35 plus 5, that's 40. Plus 41, that's 81 refineries. That doesn't seem right. We should have 80 refineries, so I feel like somewhere along the line we've got a problem. So I'm just going to count these up. I think it's 17. And then this should be 17 as well. That's 34. That's 37. That's fine. Unless I'm consuming more oil than I should be. Right, so we get 43 there without counting any extra machines. Let's count these ones there. 43. So we expect to get 37, but it might say 38. So I've miscounted somewhere how many machines are doing things. So definitely 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's correct. Now you just flashed yellow for a second. Crude oil. Look into that. But that's doing plastics. That's at least accurate in terms of 5 refineries. Should be 100 per minute going into these. Okay, cool. The red then. So we have 4 red here. So that's 80 per minute. Plus 3. So it's 17 on either side. 17 plus 3 plus 4. That's definitely 41, so that's accurate. So then it must be the blues that are wrong. Okay. Yeah, that's accurate. 19. Better. Okay, good. At least we figured out where the problem was. Speaking of problems, I keep seeing oil have a problem. Ugh. Problems never end. Right, so... I'm confused. What did I just do wrong? I didn't count these blue ones. Yeah, 34. Okay, cool. Sorry, yeah. 34, not 35. I don't know why. I just forgot to count the other lane. You can elevate signs? Yeah. Not that high, but high enough. 34. So 34 times 20 is 680. Minus 420, 260. So we're left with 260 overflow. That's okay. At least we have the number accurate. Right, so final thing now. We need to see why oil is running low on these, and then we can actually send them into supercomputers. I keep saying final thing, but clearly it's never the final thing. Give me this. What's the next step? I'm making supercomputers so that we can make neural quantum processors. And supercomputers is my only missing component. And I've been readjusting the refineries that have been doing all this. And I'm just checking them really quickly to see which ones are low on oil. That one's low. So to allow oil to build up, I'm going to turn off the machines that are full. And I'm hoping now that things have been readjusted. They'll just fill up and work fine. It should be accurate, because we did that in the last episode where the oil is actually going. I'm just going to turn off like 2 or 3 on each line. And then we'll just leave it for a few minutes, and we'll work on other stuff. So the heavy oil line on the left, and then there's a heavy oil line on the right. So we've turned off 1, 2, so 5 on the left, or the right, and then we need to turn off 5 on this side as well. And we want to turn off the ones that are full. Quite important that we do that. Okay, it's probably more than I needed to, but anyway, we'll leave it there. Do pipes have a Mark III? No, it only goes up to Mark II. And Mark II pipes are, it's still debated whether or not they're buggy. They do seem to be. Certainly using Mark I pipes, you just hit 300 and there's never a problem. For some reason with Mark IIs, do all this faffery to get it to work at 600. It does beg the question, like, why not just use 2 lines of 300, then 1 line of 600? I suppose here you'd have to have a junction, just split it into 2, and maybe then you've only got 1 focal point of a 600 pipe. Might be better. Interested to test that theory. It's not building up, so it's at 98%. So now it should, at least, I'm hoping the oil gets out and goes into where it needs to, and it fills all these up. I'm hoping. So just to trace this one last time. So this is oil for the entire blue group, and then it ends here. That's fine. Need these as well. Some people actually in the comments of the previous stream said maybe you shouldn't have... They heard that you shouldn't have a Mark I pipe going into it too, and that can cause issues. I don't know. It's all theories. All the theories at this point. I appreciate the suggestion though. Could be, it's one of those things I probably will try eventually. Alright, this is the second pipeline. The pipelines all are doing 600, and they're all feeding the same amount of machines, which is 20. I'm just going to leave it some time now, and I'm hoping that these will start getting backed up, which is good, when the machines are all getting backed up. These actually might need something turned off too, thinking about it. They're on their own separate line. Yeah. So again, turn off the ones that are full, because I mentioned this in the next video, but like, what you have to think about is you're doing a certain amount of liquid out per minute, right? Let's say you're doing 600 per minute. And you got 20 refineries here, right? So 20 And they're consuming 20, is it? No, they're consuming 30. So 20 times 30, that's 600. So great, right? 600 out, 20 machines should just work. One of the reasons it doesn't is because you're relying on getting the heavy oil out. If I didn't get the heavy oil out, then the machine's efficiency goes down. Yeah, as to why the oil wouldn't fully go in, though, I'm not really sure. But one thing I do know is that you have an inventory space to fill of all these machines. So 20 times 50, you can hold 50 liquid in each one. It's 1,000. If you're making 600 per minute, it's going to take 1 to 2 minutes to just even fill all the other machines if they were off. But they're on. Now, if they're on all the time, consuming 30, you're never going to fill them properly. Because you can't. How can you fill the 50 space, the additional 50 space, if they're constantly pulling from the main pipeline and consuming that 30? You can never do it. You have to pause the machines. But if you pause the machine, you can't fill them. So you have to stop the outputs going somewhere. Either be the heavy oil or the plastic or whatever. If you do that, then they can still receive oil, fill up all those 50, fill up your pipeline, and then when the pipeline is full, throughput only moves as fast, or yeah, as fast as it can when a pipe is as full as it is. So if the pipe is only 50% full, the segment, then the liquid's only moving through at 50% the speed that it would need to. So then you get this slowdown. That's why you get the ones on the end getting low. You need to fill everything up. Pipes, everything. Everything needs to back up completely. Then you turn on the machines. You don't want to turn off the ones that aren't full. That would defeat the purpose. Turn off the ones that are full. Hopefully this all helps. Put pressure on them, till they're full. Yeah, kind of, exactly, right? We just have to wait until this has nowhere to go. Until it backs itself up. Once that happens, we'll turn these back on. And then cross our fingers. Now, one of the problems here is that it's a knock-on effect. Turning off machines that are making heavy oil. The heavy oil now is going to have trouble getting to the diluted fuel things. So we'd have to turn a couple of those off. Then we'd have to turn a couple of generators off. So it's a whole thing. Anyway, in the meantime, I'm just going to leave them off for a few minutes. I don't mind if power fluctuates a bit. We have plenty of power. We're going to work on building our... I should really change this to-do list, actually. We don't need the... Whoops. We don't need the cable anymore. We figured that we didn't need it. We don't need... I need to bring computers in. Supercomputers. So let's have a look at the supercomputer recipe. Right, so we need computers, AI limiters, high-speed connectors, and plastic. We have 2 of these here already. I don't think we've got computers here already. But we have enough in the world to supply 8 machines. I believe. I think. I'll have to look into that. 8 times 7.5. Oh no, I think I do need cable to make the rest of those computers, actually. That's probably what the cable was on the list for. Okay, I'll think about that. Well, let's just try to get the computers in first anyway. If I have a look at this document thing again, we can see how much computers we make in the world. So... I make 23.33 and then 3.5. So I only make 26.8. So I need 30 computers. Fuck. Yeah, I do remember this actually. Okay. But I remember thinking that with the extra plastic, we could make more. Now, we just figured out how much plastic we have left over. 260. We can make 6.5 machines. They consume 2.5, or make 2.5 each. Still be low. We need double this. Could sloop them. It's a little cheat way through it. Or we could try and make the additional plastic somehow. That's annoying. I never had any problems with oil pipes, but water is a problem. I don't know why. Yeah, we're having a problem with the water for the first time ever, actually, at the nuclear plant. But I think it's stabilized. Let's have a look at power. If it's jumping up and down, then it's... Yeah, the water's having an issue. It's 5 extractors on one Mark II pipeline. No, it's stable for now. Be cool if the devs made the transportation tube move items. That'd be funny. belt looks cool. Just trying to think what to do next. It's filling up. Yeah, it's maxed out. It's actually not maxed out because it still has a way out. Although, I guess it's still being consumed a little bit. And it probably is maxed out then. I need to check the segments all the way down to the end. Make sure they're just totally full. No, they're not. Probably need to turn off more of these machines. Even just for a minute. Because they're consuming too much too quickly. These ones are all full. Just checking the inventory of these, by the way. Just that's what I'm doing. Okay. I think we're good. Oh. It's just sloshing back and forth, which is to be expected. I think we could turn them on now then, because the inventories are full. So we'll turn these back on. We'll turn the other ones on. I won't do any of the checking anymore. I think we're good. I hope. If not, we might do what that person suggested before, which is build a buffer, and then we could use that to control what we see. Because I actually do that in the next video, coincidentally. I have a buffer. I've got 16 generators, and instead of checking the generators, I just check the one buffer. It does help. Alright, we're back up and running. At least on that side. Let's get this side up and running again. Okay. I think it's just a couple down on the ends of the other rows. Should have green lights across the board now. How long until the next video? It could be up tonight for members. Could is a big word there. But it'll definitely be out tomorrow for everyone. Did you unlock all the milestones from Phase 4? All the Tier 9 milestones, if you're asking? No. All the ones before that, Tier 8 and 7 and 8? Yes. You could drop production on the refineries to 5% and they'll fill completely. Well, there's no difference really in... Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. I see what you're saying. Turning off the ones that are full though is kind of the same thing, right? Like in terms of the amount of clicks and stuff that you're doing. You should never have to turn the refinery off and on and off all the time. I'm doing this because there's a mistake somewhere. I'm troubleshooting. It's generally not something you have to do. A lot of the times I do these builds and I never have to do that. But something was done wrong here and it's having many knock-on effects. The reason I'm turning them on and off is to make sure that they fill. So here's what I'm ultimately trying to do. Just trying to make sure that all the pipes are totally full. All the inventory space of all the machines are totally full. And then let everything turn on. So you could set them all to 5%. The reason that I don't just do something like that is because power on the other end, down at the other end, the output of these machines is heavy oil. It's going into blenders. The blenders are making fuel, which is going up to generators. I can't really just go like, oh, we'll just turn it all off for a while and fill it all up. It's like, well, actually, we need the power. And because of that, this is why it's all this silliness. Now, I do have a decent amount of power. A lot of them probably could be turned off. I think I just saw that these ones are flashing again. If that's the case, I might just have to do it. Oh no, that's okay. I must have just... I'm seeing things. Yeah, they're okay. Anyway, I hope that it kind of explains why. It's just all troubleshooting. Alright, we're going to continue anyway now. In this area, I'm wondering, am I tapping all the oil possible? Or is there more? If there's more, we can make even more plastic. We're a little short, just a little bit, to make the remaining computers we need. So there is an oil node here. Running at 99%. That's understandable because for a little while canisters ran short, so that's okay. That oil node's been fully tapped. Just want to make sure that this one is, and then the pressurizer is doing the full job as well. Well, if you're full, that's okay. I don't mind those things powering up and down. It doesn't bother me. As long as they're not running out. Yeah, that's alright. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think we are using everything. 900 per minute. Yeah, it's 600 here and 300 there. That 300 is combining with another 300. So using all the oil here, if I want to get more plastic, I need to set up another oil line. Where is oil? I removed the radar here. Oh yeah. Did I unlock ionized fuel yet? No, I don't think so. In the MAM. I won't be using that in this playthrough anyway. Yeah. I don't make aluminum containers or whatever. I think we got rocket fuel just for the... Yeah, it's a bit too advanced. On the red and blue refineries, why is one red on the blue input line? Chubby? Why does the resource well pressurizer do? Or what does it do? Oil input? I'm not sure what you're asking. Don't worry about the color of pipes. On the... You said on the red and blue refineries. Why is one red on the blue input line? Why is one red on the blue input line? I don't know what you mean. Sorry. Oh. That? Okay, that's just that's orange. That's just the default color from the... I just didn't paint it, I guess. Yeah. Alright. I totally understand why you said red, but yeah, saying red had me confused because I was looking back there. It was orange, just the default fix-it color. That's why. I mean, that's happening all over the place. In terms of coloring, like over there, things aren't colored correctly either. Alright, we'll leave these things running anyway for a little while. I could shut down the blenders if we wanted to make sure power doesn't stagger, because it most likely will. Oh yeah, sorry, this is what I just get distracted. What we really need to do now is I want to build a radar tower, have a look online maybe just to see where nearby oil is. We don't need to get much, I just need another little bit to bring in a little bit more plastic. Unless I make plastic elsewhere that I could just bring in. Make 50. No, that's not enough. Yeah, I'll have to just look online because I can't quite remember where... Although, actually, we see a lot here. There's no oil anywhere nearby, is there? Damn. Logged in? No. What does the resource well pressurizer do? It's basically just a machine that you need to get oil that's underground. Or water that's underground, or gas. You unlock it later, so it's like kind of like saying like, hey, there's some oil nodes here that you can't get till you progress later. Sorry for taking a while to reply to that. Fuck, there's no oil anywhere, man. We use that. Yeah, we do. There's all the Spire Coast oil. It's just so far. Drones can bring it down. We don't need that much. How much do I need? I'm trying to turn that music down, but it's like right on 2%. It's so loud. There we go. So the how much plastic am I missing? I have 260. Is that 40 as well? Ooh. No, that was tempting because we can make oil or make more rubber out of the oil. But I don't think I have. I would need to bring in quick wire, so it's just like it's replacing one problem for another because we use all the quick wire. Yeah. The other question is, why do I need 8 supercomputers? Why did I set that target? Maybe I don't need that many. It was to make the neural these things. So 8 of these machines per minute would be 8 times 1.875. 8. What was it? Just forgot it immediately. Supercomputer 1.875. 1.875 times 8. So I was trying to make 15. Seems like I can't do that. Seems like we'll have to make about half that. Okay. Unless I want to spend a bunch of time doing something else, but I'd rather just progress. So 3 per minute. So we can make 2.5 of these machines. I already make some supercomputer out in the world, don't I? I think it's like 0.5 per minute is what I have left over right now. Eyes are burning. Oh yeah, there we go. 0.5. I think it was based on the fact that I make a lot of time crystals and a lot of fixed site. I don't know how much of these we need. Like, what do you need them for? Making the AI expansion server. And that's it. You don't need it for anything else. Well then, why would I need so much? Because I'm not going to be able to provide. What about these? Okay, that's actually okay then. I mean, we had a higher target in mind, but I'm not going to be able to. I could do it. It would just take like another 6 hours. I'd rather just get what we have here. Progressing now. Although I don't like admitting defeat like that, but I think I'm just going to have to do it. Yeah, I was thinking just go over to the Spire Coast, make the plastic there, send it back. But even doing that would take like an hour. And it would add to the drones using fuel all the time, so it's just like, we could just go without it. So that means we don't need cable. Cut that out, because we don't need more computers than we have already. We'll just use the computers we have in the world already, fly them here, and then make supercomputers. So let's do it. We can finally progress. So I'm going to copy this blueprint, so silicon high-speed connector. Let's grab it in the designer. Silicon high-speed connector. We're going to switch this to supercomputers, but I just wanted stacked machines. Now, how many did I just say we're going to make? Not many at all. 7. Our limiting factor is the computers and plastic, I guess. Yeah. Well, not plastic, just computers. So just to double check again, just one last time. So the computers I have is 23.33 plus 3.5. 26.83. 26.83. I'm gonna write that down so I don't forget that number. 26.83 is how many computers we have. 26.83. They need to come in from 2 different locations. That's why they're in 2 different things on the map I have. So, supercomputer. Let's see how many we can make then with that number. We consume 7.5. So, 26.83 divided by 7.5. It would be 3.57 machines. So let's do 3.5 machines. We'll have a little computer extra. That's fine. The 7.5 times 3.5. 26.25 is how much we would consume. Great. So we'd be left over with like 50. 0.5. 0.50. So, if you guys... We only need one blueprint then. Just this one. If you're going to make supercomputers... here. And you need, what was, did I say it was 3.5 machines, I think? Yep, 3.5 out of 4, 0.875. So 87.5. Boom. That's the number we need. Copy that, set it to each of these. Blueprints here all ready for me, so it's just a matter of bringing this stuff in and together. So we're going to go in. Yeah, I might have to readjust these. So what is it? Computer, AI limiter, high-speed connector, and plastic. Does this have 4 inputs? No, it's actually only got 3. Thinking of the layout where the things are going to come from. Yeah, most things are going to come from there. It's this direction, the right. I think this will work. Yep. Hey, Fayak Goral. You could just make 10 for the blueprint, Mark III, and then store them in the DD indefinitely when you need to build it. Blueprint Designer Mark III uses Neural. It's all good. We don't need a Mark III. It's all good. Not yet. Alright, there's 4 hooked up. We'll just rotate this one around as well. I'm not even sure if we need the bottom row. We could just have a 4 in a line rather than splitting. Although it would be nice if we could tuck it in here somewhere. Good space for it. So yeah, we'll do that. Alright, cool. Just gotta do the same now down here. Just to be quicker, I'll just get rid of this. Oh, and the one up top as well. Alright, so starting here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I redid that belt either. We'll configure these in just, oh yeah, I'll just plug that in now. Alright, cool. So you snap there, you snap there, you snap there. Great, nice and quick. Do the same one more time here. One, 2, 3, 4. Okay, almost all good. Your math now was a standard speed is 1 minute, but they produce 8.85 per minute. $1.875. What did I say? 8.8? No, 1.875. Yeah, no, this is correct. Oh, for the amount of computers? Let me just try it again then. 7.5 is the consumption. 7.5 is the consumption of computers. I have 26.83. Having 26.83 computers means we can make 3.57 whatever machines to do supercomputers. I rounded it down and said we'll just use 3.5. Using 3.5 out of the 4 machines means they need to be clocked at 0.875. That's what we've done. 87.5 is the clock speed. This now gives us a consumption. We're only going to have 4 of them then, so we're making 7.5 supercomputers, right? 1.641. 0.641 times 4? Oh, 6.5. Okay. 6.564. We need 3. for one machine. No, in EU. Either way, I can't make more, right? We have to do it based on the computers that we have. So this will make 3 per minute. Oh, yeah. We need 3, and it makes 3. We could use all of the supercomputers we have, right? So we have 6.564. That's going to be flown up to the space elevator, where we already there have a 0.5, right? An even 0.5. That's going to give us 7.064 in total in the world for supercomputers. That's how much we'll have in the entire world. So if we forget the 0.64 thing, we'll use the 7 that we have. It consumes 3 per minute. The 7 divided by 3. We'll need 2.33 of those machines. That will make that'll make 7 neural whatever they're called. I keep forgetting the name of those things. So we'll make 7 in total. We'll be consuming 4 per minute in one machine. We'll attempt to do 2 machines, but underclock to consume all 7. Hopefully that kind of makes sense. 2 inputs are from the left side. I haven't finished the ones upstairs yet, so let's see. Those are all correct, so I haven't finished these ones yet, so just give me time. That one is wrong. Not usually a live stream guy, but wanted to drop in to say thanks for the vid-only series. So much effort goes into the series. Just want to show some appreciation. Thanks, Instigator. New video maybe tonight. Definitely tomorrow, though. Alright, and these ones... You're correct. You're right. These are facing the wrong way. Good call. Alright, cool. Sweet. We're back on track. I kind of want to get out... Don't worry about the numbers too much. We'll figure it out when we get everything pulled together. When you change the refineries from red to blue, the first red machine is plugged into the pipeline that supplies the blue refineries. Is that intentional? Alright, let's check this. Chubb has been doing some investigation. When you change the refineries from red to blue, the first red machine is plugged into the pipeline that supplies the blue refineries. Oh yeah, the pipelines, don't worry about that. The color is really just for the belts that are coming out. How they get supplied is okay. So these, yeah, that's okay. It's worth having a look at that. That's an interesting one, but yeah, that's totally fine. Because at the end of the day, this should still be accurate. So if we go all the way down here, this should be 20 in total, if this is done right. Yeah, so it's 20. 20 machines. They're all on one pipeline of 600. 20 times 30 is 600. So how the oil is being fed into these is separate than where their belts are going. The color coordination is to do with where the belts are going, not how they're receiving oil. But worth pointing that out just in case, because that could have been a big problem. But yeah, no, that should be okay. One question I have is, how do you have so many inventory slots in the series? Are they from hard drives? Mixture... I don't know. Well, remember, I'm not using a mod. I have a setting to make my inventory slots look bigger. A lot of people often ask about that. In the user interface section here, enable large inventory slots. Turn that off, and then it'll look like this. But if this is still a large count for you, yeah, hard drives give you them. Also, MAM upgrades can give you more inventory slots, so it could be stuff I got in the MAM. And I think 1 or 2 milestones early on gives you more inventory also. So it's a combination of all 3. Your blueprints were genius, by the way. I've never really used them all that much, but the way you made them in the series is going to change how I play. Awesome. Great to hear that. Got some other interesting ideas when we get the Mark II blueprint designer up and running properly, which it won't be too long now. Now, I've been distracted a little bit. Is this all good? Nothing is going to be consuming more than a 60 belt, right? Plastic will. So we'll say that plastic has to go along the bottom. We'll make that a Mark II. I think these are all hooked in. If they're not, we'll notice it. There's only 4 machines anyway. These are all set correctly. Yep. Alright, there we go. We'll just call this supercomputer. I just always call it temp because they're all temporary. Alright, we're going to try and pop them over here. That's the high-speed connector line that we are feeding through to the drone port. Interesting. Alright, let me cut this and cut this and cut this. Actually, if we go that way, it might be easier to bring the drones, yeah, in from this direction. I don't have to flip the direction of anything though, it should be fine. Oh my god, didn't mean to do that, sorry. I accidentally hit right click. We'll actually be using a different plastic line than the one we're looking at. I want to make sure that the this is lined up, is it? Hard to tell. Yeah, alright, cool. For the 1200 per minute, we could. No, I'll just use a different line. It's okay. We've reserved a different line for it, so we'll stick to it. The only other thing then would be the high-speed connectors. We will send some out this way. So I will have to reorganize this line. So that's my bad. In my head, originally this is going to be turned the other way and everything was just coming from one direction, but it's slightly different now. And they'll still need their overflow. Alright, there we go. So that's being reorganized. These are connected. Connect that to this. Power. You're going to straight belt into here. We'll go this way. Actually, no, let's go this way. Alright, that's that done. That's high-speed connectors fed. We'll get rid of that computers thing, that's not needed. We didn't do it. Oh, actually, we do need to bring computers in here, so I guess I'll use it for that. Now, they'll still need overflow. So I'll make the overflow splitter somewhere here to match its buddy. I can just go into a merger instead, I guess. Alright, good. They overflow out the left. Or so that our machines locally have priority before we send it away on drones. What's the current track playing? It's from Rifty Beats, R-I-F-T-I. I think they should be in the description now, hopefully. It's the Attack on Titan soundtrack, but it's done in a lo-fi remix. And this track is called Vogel im Kaffig. Vogelimkaafig. Vogel im Kaffig. This is a stream-only save indeed. It's separate to the Desert series. You're, yeah, cool. Read everything else. Nice. It is a live-only playthrough, yep. This is the 36th video. There is a playlist for it if you really want some long-form background content. Alright, cool. That's the furthest I've ever made it in the game, too. Plastic. Next thing that needs to come up here. Plastic. So we'll probably send it into something like that input. So I'll just have a look right here. And see if we can feed it from this spot or somewhere close by. Maybe even actually right there would be good, because then we can do this splitting. So it's going to be coming from over here. Blue line. How are we looking light-wise? Are we all green? Not to get too distracted. So far, so good. Not a guarantee, but it's good indication so far. Why? Why would that be an input? Oh, because that's a merger. Yeah. Can't do that now. Oh, you can only have one input. Damn, I always want smart mergers, but you can't get them. That in line? Nope. Right, so now it's merging just a little bit before. I'll just continue this to let it get out for a sec. Oh, let's go straight across. Straight across and to the right a little bit, I guess. Let's fix that. It just irks me. How's this problem? Oh, I never hooked it up. Alright, cool. Now we can say that's overflow, I guess. Yeah, but we want to send some out this side. Alright, it's going to be, yeah, Mark IV should be enough. Alright, go upstairs. That's plastic now making its way in. Let's give it the old splitter action here. Actually, didn't I say, yeah, plastic had to go in there? That's okay, I'll update the belt, no big deal. choosing that spot because we're bringing it in from downstairs, so I'm able to kind of hit the level 2 without having to do any weird merger tricks or lift tricks. Alright, cool. So that's plastic into both places. Just to work out exactly how much that's supposed to be, it's 45 point... Such a fucking awkward number. 45938. 45.938 times 4. 183.752, of course. So, 183.752 is what we're taking away. Now earlier, oh yeah, that's because I was planning on using 8 machines fully, not underclocking them. I thought we'd need 420 plastic, but we have a lot more plastic left over. 183.752. Alright, plastic are making their way into both machines. I'll just cut through here again one more time. I'm going to update the little sign that says that, because otherwise it's going to be inaccurate. 34 refineries, 420 is what I thought we would need. I'll say 183.752. That's what it actually makes. So 680 minus 183.752. We're left over with 496.248. 496.248. Alright. Done. Alright, did you build a crystal oscillator factory? Yep. I think so. It's built into a radio control unit factory. The save file for this world is out there, by the way, so anyone can mess around. One question I have is, how do you... Oh yeah, I read that already. Yeah, it'd be nice. Miriam says, I wish the devs did something about alignment. You know what would be great? If you could just nudge a machine when it's been placed. Like, it's funny because this game is so ingrained in how it works, but really, what would be very nice is if you've got something like this, and you've got this. Why can't I just move that and the belt just moves with it? Other games let you do that. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm sure with the way they built the game and the way it's set up. But it's like, damn, that would save a lot of time, you know? Instead, it's like everything's so static in the world. You put something down, you plug something into it, and nothing can change, you know? Anyway, it's the same with like splitters and merges and belts and stuff. It's like, when I played Shape Z for the first time, and it's like, it has all of these quality of life features, you can get a blueprint like this in Shape Z, and then just like hit like F, and it just mirrors it. So the belts will all reverse and things like that, and then you can do another one where you just like split it in half, and it's like, oh, it's so good. And then you can change like inputs and outputs like on the fly while things are moving. And if it, you know, if it ends up being wrong, the thing just hits a wall and says, hey, you've done something here. I can't go through anymore. Great. I just want to change one thing with my camera. It's getting quite bright for some reason as the night gets darker, I guess. But I appreciate everything they've done with the game. It's not a real big complaint. It's just one of those things where it's like, oh man, it'd be nice if. But I can't say I would have thought of it either until later on. There we go. How can you copy a blueprint from just looking at it? You look at it, you press F to dismantle. Sorry, let's just say you're in complete normal default mode, right? So I'm just deleting one thing at a time. If you press R, you can dismantle entire blueprints, right? So this would be an entire blueprint. But instead of dismantling it, I just middle mouse click to select it. And that's how I get it. My Desert series covers all of those things in the first 30 minutes. In the first episode. I recommend it. I recommend watching it twice. Alright, so we've got plastic. And we've got high-speed connectors. We don't have the AI limiters yet, but before doing that, we'll get our drone to fly in with the computers, shall we? So we'll just go somewhere here. This is a big drone area, I guess, anyway. Maybe actually in front would be better. Be easier to bring the turbo fuel down this way. That's number 8 ECR. Oof, I don't know how many we have or where they're numbered. They've been put down so erratically. It's number 4. I think this one's probably the latest one. No, okay, number 8 is probably the last one then. Good. Alright, we're up to number 9. He's going to be doing computers. Now, this is a receiver. Alright, so that's turbo fuel hooked up, and that's the computer's on its way out. We do have to go and send it into a splitter first, actually thinking about it. So, that. I think that's too low, isn't it? Yeah. The hell did I just built something, didn't I? Went through the ground, did it? Oh, yeah. Sure. I don't know why it's facing that way, but it is. And this is a small thing, but it bothers me, so let's do that. Alright, cool. So we need a drone, not here, but in the 2 other places that will fly in here, because this is a receiver from 2 places. So we have to head out to both computer factories now and get that sent in. Yep. Alright, let's do it. So the computer factories, if I recall correctly, one of them is here and the other one is here. Actually not too far from each other. Maybe fly one to the other and then fly that one here. We'll cut down on fuel. I think I'll do that. Right, let's go east to the radio control unit area. Open a window, and then I'll catch my chat as well when we're en route. What time is it, by the way? Yeah, okay, cool. I streamed a bit. I was a bit late today, so I can't go that long. I'll be here for another little while, though. Are you going to play any of the automation demos from the Next Fest? I was thinking on Friday I might stream and just do Next Fest demos. I'll show you the ones that I have in mind. I don't really plan on playing tons of just automation games. I like automation games, but it's not the only thing I play, by far. So the ones I have downloaded, I haven't played any of them yet, would be Anoxia, Roadcraft, Machine Mind, Tempest Rising, Fumes, Task Force Admiral, Castlecraft, Dark Moon, Void War, Icaria, Outworld, The King is Watching. The ones I'd probably play on stream, Roadcraft, maybe Machine Mind. I think that looks kind of cool. I think it's more like an RTS where you build like a little base, maybe. Tempest Rising is an RTS. That'd be fun. I'd maybe put that to the vote. Fumes I'll play myself. Task Force Admiral, I wouldn't have time to learn it. Castlecraft. This actually looks kind of fun. Is it, am I thinking, yeah, you build up your own like Minecraft-esque castle, but it just gets constantly attacked by things. Is that right? Yeah, I guess so. I just think it kind of looks cool. Dark Moon. Don't remember this. I just like sci-fi games. Survival strategy game, where in order to survive you must avoid the sun's scorching rays. There's another game that's called like The Crust or something, which always looked really cool. I never played that. Void War. I don't even know if I'll bother with that. No offense to it. I kind of thought it looked interesting, then not so much. Icaria looks cool. It's kind of like It's a factory game, like, again, in a voxel-based Minecraft-esque world. It's sort of like that Foundry game, but more from a top-down perspective, where you just have, like, large scale, and you build over randomly generated maps, and you can have, like, big mining pits. The thing I always used to love in Tekkit, the Minecraft mod, was getting, like, big lasers that would, like, carve out chunks, and you're going down and down and down further. And that was, like, always so cool. And, like, why has that not happened yet in a game? And then when Foundry came out, I was like, perfect. And they didn't do it. They have this big voxel world, and they're not automating, like, actually removing the voxels. I thought that's the kind of the whole point. Outworlds. What's this? This looks like a machine game. So yeah, some of these ones I'd be tempted to play on Friday if people think that would be kind of cool. I was thinking maybe you can do goals on streams, right? Maybe I'll do a goal to do it, because otherwise I have to kind of work on other stuff that day. But if I do a goal and we meet that goal, a modest goal, nothing crazy, maybe then I'll go live on Friday and do that. Play through a few of these. Can a Mac laptop handle Satisfactory? I personally don't know. I don't have one. Recross is a fun one. Play the Roadcraft demo. Everyone I've heard from SnowRunner players, everything I've heard from SnowRunner players says it isn't great. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, it's SnowRunner, but with like loads of jobs and stuff to do, which sounds great. It's like, great, I have like more interesting vehicles and jobs, and I'm repairing things, and I'm laying cable, and I'm doing all this kind of cool stuff. But then they removed from SnowRunner like damage on vehicles. There's no driver. There's no gearbox. It's like, what the hell are you doing, man? Why do you keep simplifying it? I somewhat get the urge to do that with certain games, but how do you not know your audience by now? They released that Expeditions game. In my opinion, that was a good test of, could we go more casual? And the answer is no. Some people thought SnowRunner was more casual than like MudRunner and stuff. So I think you hit the sweet spot. All I would ask for, really, is like, yeah, more like a gearbox, refueling system, that kind of thing, but make it optional. I know it's, as someone who's worked on Manor Lords, it is frustrating when players say, just make it optional. It's like, well, we spend all this time doing something. It'd be nice if we can maximize the amount of people that would want to use it, really, rather than say like, well, 60% of people just say turn it off. So I do get it. But at the same time, like, you've had a few games now in between your SnowRunner series. Maybe just listen to what people are saying. You put a demo out. Like, are you going to react at all? I don't mean to be so hostile against these devs, but you're so close. It's already there. Just re-enable it. Anyway. That being all said, and sorry to go off on such a tangent and a rant, I haven't played it or anything, but some people in my Discord said like, oh, even despite the more simplistic nature of it, it's actually quite fun. So maybe it'll just win me over anyway. Certainly there's a fine line between the two. I like Microsoft Flight Simulator, right? But I don't like playing it for too long because there's no game to it. It is pure simulator, which is fine. But man, it's like, I was really looking forward to the new one because they were like, oh, you're going to be able to do like airlift missions and I don't know, just anything. I just need any kind of campaign, bit of progress, like so I earn money and I can buy planes and stuff. That's what I would like to do. But when I played Flight Simulator, it's like, oh, just pick a plane and go wherever you want. Like, but no, you kind of need a carrot on the end of the stick, you know, to be like Gran Turismo. It's like, that's a hardcore racing sim. To a degree. But it's got a campaign, you know? Give me the campaign. Anyway. I played MudRunner, loved it. It plays lots of I played lots of SnowRunner, loved it. Don't want to try the new one from what I've seen. Well, it might be good just to try out that demo though, right? I was excited for Expeditions and that really did let me down. Because they just oversimplified things for some reason. It's like all you have to do. It's like you're getting in your own way, you know? It's so strange. Anyway. Bob Sanders has an answer about the Mac performance, by the way. Where am I going? But oh yeah, here we are. Right, so there's already drone ports built into this place, which makes it a little bit more handy. So we have to send in some of the computers. If memory serves me correctly, computers are made here. Cool. Some of them are consumed, but not all. So we'll send them into another drone port just down here. Why not? It's as easy as that. Maybe I'll do this further back, actually. I'm off. It snapped to that area, so I thought it was correct. I didn't really see any chat, but would people like that? Do you think that'd be good to do demos just for one day? It's an additional stream. Or would you rather me just focus on videos more? Or would you just not be interested? Let's just say that. Don't worry about what else I'll be doing. Yes, it's JS. What the hell? Can't hover over. There we go. Oh. Yeah, we are powered. So the computers are going in here. And what's that handling? Excess radio control units are coming in here as well. Alright then. I guess this is where we're working. Doesn't need to be a Mark II. So overflow can go out here, continue into the bin if that happens. But now we're going to try and use this. Forgetting we have straight belts now. Need to worry about it too much. Heard some loud bang out the window. All right. I was going to bring it down there, but I can't because that stuff's in the way, technically, so we'll just go somewhere... You know what? Just go straight in, I suppose, all the way up high. Why not? Alright, so we'll just set that thing correctly, so output out the right. There we go. Not that it needs it, but I'll do a rare faster belt for no reason here. Okay, cool. So we have to make a drone here. And we've automated our miners, so easy peasy. And then we set this to go to the other computer port. So electronics computer import. There we go. And that will go when it fills, I guess. Hey, what the hell is this? Ah, this is already an overflow. From here. When does it get merged? Oh, it merges right there. Yeah. Okay. Good thing we caught that. You've been playing 2 hours, maybe have a protein bar. I am actually pretty hungry. Right, so overflow out the right now, please. No, overflow out the front, sorry. Anything out the right. Okay, our computers will continue rolling that way now. Bit of a readjustment. I forgot it was being mixed with crystal oscillators. But yeah, someone asked, our crystal oscillators, do I have a factory for it? There it is right there. It's all these machines. These are done in the big blueprint. Stacked crystal oscillators. But yeah, all good. So yep, that basically happened because there already is an overflow line of crystal oscillators that merged onto the computer line to go into the awesome sync, and I just didn't look far back enough where I was pulling it from. But it's working now. All good. I'll just send in those additional computers because we don't need them. Yeah. And it has its fuel, it has everything. Okay, so we have to do this one more time, but it should be quicker, I think, over at this place. And I had said, rather weirdly, that I'm actually going to fly from there to here to cut down on the fuel. Flying from this black droplet icon all the way out west would take far more than just flying down. And we're bringing computers over here, so why not just like bring it right to this location? So we'll send it, I'd say just get a merger somewhere here, right? You're merged up. You're gonna come out and go into some sort of thing. That'll help. So this is gonna be now port number 7, but it's gonna be an import computer port. Oh, weird, but it'll work, I think. Alright, so that has power. We don't need... Well, we could have the thing here. It doesn't really matter. Just do another one of these. And it has to be in line here. Think I have the turbo fuel for all these? Find out if we don't. Alright. Just works. So that should combine all the computers we have in the world together. Hello, friend. Someone mentioned in the Discord, they wrote a very long post, I didn't get to fully read it. But something to do with like overproducing things so that your drone doesn't leave until... They were saying something like, if you make 30 per minute, and you consume 30 per minute, your drone is just, it'll just keep flying back and forth. But they said overproduce limestone, for instance, and then your drone will only leave. It'll leave less often because it'll be overfilling the other station. But I don't want to make more of something just to cut down on fuel. Unless they meant wait until it's full. That's different. So I might try that first. Do we have a... I don't know if I ever had an inventory full of just computers. Like or a container. I don't think so. But we could just take some out of these machines. Let's see. I should have a dimensional depot with 200 in it. I'd rather not steal from these machines at least too badly. I want them to keep running. I don't know if that's what they meant. If they're watching now, maybe they let me know. Don't forget the drone. I'm not putting the drone here. Oh, I guess I could. Oh yeah, I thought I was going to do it in the other place. But yeah, I guess I could do it here. Right. Now we have to build the drone port on the other side. And then this has to go and go fetch, I suppose. Alright, to the north. Let's go to the oil refinery. Just fill the port once, that will remain your float. Okay then, that's good. That's kind of what I thought they must mean, because I was like, surely they don't think I should be overproducing everything. Just to cut down on fuel. Yeah, that makes more sense then. So if you overfill, it's going to make a big batch delivery, and then it's not going to leave until it needs to make this. Yeah, but wouldn't it? Oh yeah, he's saying, they were saying that it doesn't leave until the other port empties. Right, okay. All right, yeah, that does make sense. That's why, yeah, it's great. Okay, so the rule would be, broadly speaking, fill your drone ports manually first, if you can, before sending them off. Like, or just fill them up as much as you can before they go off to deliver whatever it is. And even you could go around the world and just do that even once if you wanted to cut down fuel anyway, right? Alright, we're almost there. Maybe twice, just thinking about it. The drone will wait to unload. Yeah. Yeah, you'd almost want to go like, okay, the receiving end, we'll fill that up. And then on the outgoing end, we'll fill that up next, if we can. Oh, damn. Missed. Alright, here we are. So, oh yeah, actually, speaking of doing that, I have a truck station here with 2,400 computers in it. Excellent. This ended up not going anywhere. Yeah, so nothing actually ever picks that up. It was just in case. Instead, this is where I stole some from it recently. That's why it's empty. Oh, wait, hang on a sec. No, I'm wrong. We figured this out in the previous stream. It does go somewhere. I'm pretty sure. Oh, God, let me just check upstairs how much computers we make. I think it goes over to the space elevator. I can still send it from here, though, because it obviously does back up and goes into an awesome sync. This makes computers. We make 3.75. So 7.5. Yeah. Because in here, computer says 7.5, but 3.5 is left over. Okay, so it doesn't matter where it goes. I don't have to worry about that. But instead of going into the overflow here, or here, whatever, we're just going to go straight into a dimensional depot. Not a dimensional depot. Ugh. Drone port. Now, I'd still like to send it into a dimensional depot if we could. Beforehand. Because we'll have the tiniest bit left over. 0.64. Such a super tiny amount. But it's something, damn it. So it counts. Am I running mods? No. I was surprised I was able to nudge it that far. Okay. Right, so computers roll along out the left. When the station below gets full, we overflow out this way and we go towards where we're going. Yeah. So then, rather cheekily, I will just stick this down here. Oh my days. Depot. Alright, so at least we're still uploading, just the tiniest bit. Now, if I pull from the depot, the drone will get computers less often. Fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. Right, so that's going around this way. Not going in there anymore. That's all gone. Just stick this into outgoing, right? Yep. It's the first drone port here, actually. So oil refinery. Ah, this port, all ports. We have to select the other one and tell it to come here, right? So, can't scroll. Oh, guess you just have to search. Why did it even list them? Anyway. This port, yes. Alright, cool. So the other drone should be flying out here now, I think. Nice. And this doesn't need fuel because the other one has fuel. Yes. Great. I guess I didn't need to build it for it. I just instinctively do that, but... Oh, the shit, there is a drone port here. OR01 circuit boards. Alright, nice. Gotta run. Thanks, Darren. See you later, JS. A programmable splitter would have actually just solved that issue before thinking about it. Yeah, Bogdan. Hey, 85 God. Drones leave when they unload all their inventory. Cool. 322. Thanks, Tim. I was actually kind of curious because chat's learning, I guess, because they're not that active. Because I'm slow to respond, I guess. But that's okay. Alright, so you're here to pick up your stuff, and that should be computers now delivered over. So we'll head back west, and we can finally then just add the little AI limiter line in. That's supercomputers made. Then supercomputers are going to be flown back to the space elevator. Which they already are, actually, so we could send it to the same port, thinking about it, which would be handy. Crap. Missed. It's totally stable. You don't need the extra drone port at the electronics factory. You can just push computers from this factory to the electronics factory for a drone port. I don't think that's right. Hang on just one sec. Let me hop off. So. Just one sec. There's going to be things around us all the time. Noises and creatures. So, you don't need the extra drone port at the electronics factory. I don't plan on building an, we need one drone port at the electronics factory. One computer drone port. We built two out here that are linked together, and they're just feeding over to that one. Yep. That's all. Why is the thing blurry in my hand? What the hell's happening? How have we done that? Why is it blurry? Why is everything blurry in front? Like we're focusing on something in the distance. How can you even do that in the game? I've never seen anything blur with depth of field in the game. That's cool that you can use power lines and zip lines. Yeah, it's how I get around, basically. Anyway, how are things going? Good. Yeah, good. I'm not zoomed in. This isn't zoomed in. Oh, you mean more than normal? Yeah, maybe. It does kind of feel like it, right? My hand, that seems big. Yeah, that's weird. Sorry, I thought you meant the stream was zoomed in, because I do that sometimes, right? Like, this. Photo mode resets me back up. Yeah, don't know. I could reload in a sec. Going in and out of photo mode doesn't seem to change it, but that must... Photo mode doesn't blur anything, though. They don't have that in the game. That's why I'm like, how did this even happen? Well, that's blurring stuff really nicely, actually, really far out like that. What's going on? I've never seen the game ever blur anything, and the more you zoom in... Because we'll reload the game in a minute, and I'll zoom in photo mode, and we'll see if it blurs anything, because I've never seen that do that before. Did he make it? Yeah, he did, yeah. Oh yeah, it's definitely like a little bug, or there's like a way to trigger it and I just didn't know. Kind of cool, actually. And I don't want it to go away. Oh yeah, I forgot about our little time crystal area, or diamond area out there. It's new. We only just did that last week. First time we hit tier 9, we built diamonds in grassy fields, and then also time crystals in the desert. Yeah. These things are going to be needed to make the neural processors that we need today. They'll be flown by drone as well. Out here we make diamonds and trigons, I think. Oh wait, no, we don't. We just make trigons. Yeah. Big site production, yeah. Someone mentioned, you know, if we were to put in a sloop into each one of these, just an easy way to duplicate your output at a very low cost, 5 sloops, and we go from 150 trigons to 300. Pretty nice. Suppose you could even do that with the SAM, right? Anyway. Nice to see. This place looks like it's working well. Could make additional quickwire actually, because I was saying I need some. Some of the ingots just goes into the awesome sink. Noobs can't trigon. What? What does that mean? Entering the to-do list blurs everything. Oh yeah, that's something that blurs things. That blurs everything. You could be right. Maybe there's something to this. No, my hand is still blurred. Good guess though. Oh nice, train's here. Let's take the train back. Ooh. It's a play on a saying from 4chan. You degenerate. Trying to fix something on the stream real quick. Oh god, I'd slumped down so much. How's your biofuel factory going? It's a good question, I don't know. One way we can kind of check, sort of, is by checking the drone ports. Yeah, the export station is still full, so as long as that's full, we're good. I know it says incoming, but it actually means outgoing. It's a little bug in the game. When you go down there and check the inventory, it's actually in the other thing. But I was mentioning this before. It's a good little tip, I think. If you want to remote view, let's say you could build drone ports with no drones ever attached to them. And then from the map, you can like remote view what's in those containers. Kind of nice. Nice feature. You can't do it with truck stations, you can't do it with train stations, and you can't do it with regular storage containers. It's just drone ports to let you see them for some reason. And like I said, they're kind of broken. Yeah, I don't want to run out again. No, indeed. And also, it's been improved so that now we can send biofuel down there from anywhere in the world. We don't have to actually even go down there anymore. So if I see it getting low, I'll just run, kill some animals or something, and call a drone to me and just send it back. And they'll refine it and then distribute everything itself. It's all good. Super automated. It's as automated, I think, as that can get, really. How's our fuel line? Or power? Oh, nice. Good. Good, good, good. Nuclear waste building up in the background all the time. I'm not afraid. I still have that other bug where my labels are broken. You see on the... Oh yeah, we are zoomed in. Now we are. On the top bar. Compass. But not all of them. Sometimes you can look at them and they're right. Are my hand's still blurry? Yeah. Alright, hey, look at that. Excuse me, computers are here, so it works. Right, we just have to plug into this one next. And this is going to be the AI limiters. The AI limiters... Oh, look at this. We just take it right from this belt. Steal it. Now, I don't know where that's going. Oh, it's just going in here. Oh, great. The limbs, as the kids call them. Come on, man. It's not the same height, no? It should be. I know it's far, but I'm just wondering if it's the same height. Now it is. Okay, let's give you a little port. I don't know why I sent it into that first. I guess it doesn't matter there. Alright, the limbs are rolling through. Ah. Oh, you... Almost said a bad word. Can I go that way? Can I go this way? This works. Alright, great. The limbs are here. And that means we're now making some really odd number. 6.564 supercomputers per minute. We just need to bundle these up and send them somewhere. They can go at the left. Oh yeah, that makes sense. It should be in the center of this. Yep. Good afternoon, Draco. Good to see you, man. Take a picture to get rid of the blur. Alright, so as we can see, we're blurring when we zoom in our hands. I've never seen that before, and I take pictures all the time. We'll take one picture. No, we're still blurred. You can put your smiley face away, I think. But we're blurred. Why can't we go in there? Oh, it's a splitter. Oh. Art. Here. Which one do we need? This one? There we go, little supercomputers are rolling out. Love to see it. That's something I want to do. Do I want to go up? Probably want to come down. Thinking about it. Yeah, that would make more sense, wouldn't it? So you go out that way. Sorry about all this faffery. I'm just being silly. Right, so in you go. That's supercomputers there. This can now come down and join its buddy. And this can now make its way out to a new drone port that's going to fly it over towards the space elevator. Triforce stuff. That's awesome. How much waste do you have? 200 per minute, and it's building up. We have enough time to get to the... We're at 217 hours. I think it's 232 hours before we panic. And then we still have about 8 hours before we have a problem. We're good. But after we start sending this up to the space elevator, then that's the next thing I'm going to do. So tomorrow's stream specifically will be all focused on handling nuclear waste and building plutonium. That should be fun. Never done it before. Right, so get this up and running. Same location, because why not? Actually, I'll just bunch it out a little bit for fuel. And we'll just continue to hope that I have enough turbo fuel for everybody. I think I do. Okay, 10th drone port is now up and running. Supercomputer export. Alright, there we go. Now, this needs its own drone. Does it? Yes. And that's gonna fly to the one... the space elevator. Supercomputer import. So the RCU factory, I can't remember if it's a push-pull system or not. Oh, no. Wrong one. Sorry. There you go. Right. Kind of interesting because it won't leave, actually. Because right now that port is full. There we go, supercomputers. So I have to adjust some of the numbers in my Mila note now. And then we'll check on how this is getting delivered, because I'm just a bit unsure. Did I build a drone here just now? Did it just fly off? Can't even remember. Did I just do that? I just don't remember. Oh yeah, it says en route. Okay, actually, it's okay. Alright. Oh. It better not be bringing stuff in, is it? Blew off. Anyway, so that's something you're gonna have to look into. I have to go back to the radio control unit factory one more time. Go there a bit quicker. We'll take the train. And just make sure that the supercomputer drone port over there is also sending a drone to the space elevator. And then the space elevator, we have to make sure there is no drone there. Like, it's supposed to be just receiving from two places. That's the idea. Any train here? No, not yet. I think that's all done though now. You only stream on YouTube? Yeah. I used to stream on Twitch way back 2 years ago. Streamed on Twitch for 5 years. Nobody cared. Beyond maybe a hardcore group of about 50 people. Is there a consequence of nuclear waste buildup in the reactors? Oh, there's a consequence. It'll shut down the reactor if it builds up too much. And then their power goes out. So if you're relying on that power, everything shuts down. So it's pretty bad. Can you go under that foundation for fuel? I could. It wouldn't be cleaner on the underneath floor, though. It would be cleaner on the top floor, but underneath it would look a mess. I don't mind it, though. I like it being kind of messy. This world is all messy. It's all good. You should see the space elevator. It's just crazy the amount of belts and things we have over there. Yeah, you can't sink waste, so you can't get rid of it easily. Which is why it's a hassle. You have to do something with it. Only in update 1.0 did they actually allow you to do anything with it. Previously, you just had to accumulate it. Might turn down the zipline noise. It's quite loud, isn't it? While we're here. Oh dear. Great place to go if you want to get more berries to make like medicinal inhalers, you know? Ah, much better. Not so loud now. Is there a way to keep the flea whale things from spawning inside the base? Will they stop once I get walls up? Nope. You have to build around them. They don't spawn in your base, they just fly in a pattern, and it's the same pattern, so you just have to avoid them. Otherwise they'll just fly through it every time. Hello. Oh god. Ah. Leave my factory alone. Oh, the ones that walk. Oh, sorry. Those things. Sorry, my bad. When you said flee, for some reason, I think I instinctively thought fly. Giggling. Yeah, those things. When you build walls, they should stop spawning inside. I think. I don't really fully know. I think the rule is generally that when you build walls and foundations, like animals and stuff are supposed to stop spawning inside. But I think it's like not guaranteed. But that is the intention. I don't know if that's true for enemies. I just don't know if it's true for the big things. So I'm not entirely sure. So I'm just looking for the supercomputer port, which I think is here. These ones we just set up. What does this one do? Yeah, radio control units and cooling systems make supercomputers. I'm pretty sure that's what we use. That's radio control units. Is it this one? Oh, it's this one. Sorry, I'm blind. This port has no destination. Relevant ports. Right, so I need to say stop that. And you can then go there instead. That's really nice that you can do it from this menu. So shout out to the devs for that one. That allows us to reorganize things quite nicely. Now, there's probably going to be a drone sitting up there blocking things. But that's fine. Now, we did say it'd be better to have this kind of full. Do I have, I've got 200 in here, so let's just toss it in outgoing or something. Help it out a bit. I don't know where I have a, oh, I guess at the space elevator, the dimensional depot is there probably. Alright, cool. Anyway, so that's almost sorted now. So the next thing is to go to the space elevator. And we should have our supercomputers delivered. These, they nearly collided. In one place. With them in one place. So I'll knock these two off the list. Those are done. But the whole reason of doing this, actually, was to get neural whatevers. That's the very last thing to do. I just want to make those because they're needed for some of the milestones. We still won't be able to make the AI expansion, whatever they're called. So the next space elevator part is called AI expansion servers. But I'm trying to just make neural quantum processors. We have magnetic field generators. I need these to make these, I think. Not directly, but I need the milestone after I make these to unlock this. I think that's the case. Actually, that being said, I'm talking to my ass because we have the recipe now, so obviously we can do it. Anyways, still one thing at a time, right? So we're still trying to do this first. So we have time crystals now, we have supercomputers, we have fixed-site trigons. We don't have excited photonic matter, but that's made in a particle accelerator, right? Oh no, it's made in a converter, just on its own. You don't even need anything. It's pretty weird. Excuse me, I guess you just need light. Oh yeah, it says that actually. Yeah, cool. Alright. How's it going? It's going good. These last components are really difficult. Or at least it's taking everything I have in this world where we cut a lot of corners just to progress. Feeling that now. I'm like really scratching at the decimal points of things I have. Hoping my turbo fuel can carry everything where it needs to go on all these drones where I'm cutting I'm cutting corners all the time. Like I could just build a giant train that looks real ugly. It'd be ugly. So I like doing the drones, but I could easily make a drone, a train that just carries trigons all the way up here. Because it is pretty far for another drone to go all the way south to get the trigons from down here. You do have them in a port though, ready to go. That was good of me to do that. Yeah, they're in the outgoing category, so that is ready. FP01 fixed site trigons. Can you make the photon thingy while it is night? I think so. That'd be cool if you couldn't. Although then I would probably stop using the mod that I'm using. I'm using a mod to make nighttime very short. Mostly just for viewers, right? I don't want to be building in the dark all the time. This is what the area I was talking about, by the way, where things are very busy indeed. Lots of drones hovering around. It looks like these drones don't even know where to go. These might be the ones that I just cut off from the supercomputers. Which is here. So that is no longer needed, right? They're circling, looking to land. That's so interesting. Now they'll be able to go one at a time. Well, cool. Right, so basically, we had 0.5 supercomputers left over here. I guess going into the dimensional depot. Now we're going to use them all. Almost all of them. And instead of 0.5 going into a dimensional depot, we'll have 0.064. So a very small amount per minute. How many minutes does it take? I guess a full minute to get one. Yeah, that's fine then. You don't need them that often, plus we have loads in there now anyway. Alright, cool. So, yeah, things are just going to still continue out this way. I have to decide on the new machine, or where the new machines will go, and the new drones. I guess we could build this out this way then. Factory must grow. I suppose I don't have... I kind of do. I was going to say I don't have to do the neural things up here, but I suppose everything else that we're bringing in here is up here, so we should. you make the photo... Oh, sorry, I read that already. Put a buffer on the drone depot. I don't really need one. These are still making their things. I guess we don't need these anymore. In some ways. We'll keep everything running, though. Okay. I'll probably move some of this. This is a bit close. We don't need that there anymore. Yeah. So, fixed-eye trigons. They can just come in here. Why the hell not? Now, we need turbo fuel to roll down this way. A 57th drone port. So this is going to be IFO. I don't know, actually. I think there's at least 10 here. They're not in a row. Some of them went out that way. I guess I could look. 10? Okay. 11 then. So Trigon. Wait a sec. Did that not just say Trigon? I'll just check that in 1 second. I think it did. Are we bringing them in here already? Oh yeah. Oh cool. I didn't even realize I was doing that. So Trigons are here already. What am I missing then? Time crystals. Hmm. Well, hang on then. I'll leave that there for a sec, but maybe it'd be better to build the time crystals over here. Oh, there's so no space over there at all. I don't want to expand the floor out that way. It'd be hanging over the factory. We'll just go over here. Alright, so you're doing time crystals. So we need to set up a time crystal drone port in the desert. I don't know why that happens when typing. Right. Yeah. I hope you didn't find that dismissive, Ryan, or anything, by the way. Just, I don't know. You could put a buffer on all of these ports, I suppose, but do we need it? No harm, but do we need it? I don't know. How much power do you consume? What are you using as power generation? We're using nuclear power right now. I have 90,825. We are consuming roughly around 60,000. It varies because of the particle accelerators and the converters. We have a bunch of converters out in the desert making time crystals. We'll have to go up there to build a drone port that's going to bring this stuff in. Right, so that plus the trigons plus the excited photonic matter is what we need here. So we'll need a converter to make that. How much do we need? We're only building 2 of these, I think. 75 per minute. So we only need 1 converter. For now. And that will make 25,000 dark matter residue. Oh shit. Can we get rid of that? What happens with this? You make dark matter crystals with it. By mixing in diamonds. Ah. But you can just make it straight up from it. Okay, that's fine, because we already used the diamonds in making time crystals. Because people told me, yeah, there it is. That's the one. People told me, like, you don't need the diamonds, you just make the time crystals, then you mix the residue with that, and then you get the crystals. Nice. Okay, cool. So we can do that instead. So flying in the crystals, yeah, perfect. This is going to be great. We can do it all here. I need some space, though. Like I said, I don't mind building the factory out this way, because this is where the factory goes over. The other way, it doesn't, so this is more like a natural expansion area. Yeah, this is by a YouTube channel called Rifty Beats, R-I-F-T-I. It's awesome. More people should go check them out. They should be linked in the description, I believe. If they're not, let me know. Sup, Darren, having seen most of your Satisfactory content not reaching certain milestones, what changed for you? Do you think in regards of how amazingly far you've gotten this time around? I didn't... Well, two things. The viewership has stayed pretty consistent. So in my YouTube series, it's always gone down. It's going down now, like really quickly. But on the streams, it actually stays pretty consistent. And people drop a lot of support here, to be honest. So there's a good incentive. I was actually looking recently that 30%, nearly 30, just under 30% of all my channel income comes from just these 2 streams per week. So it's a great incentive to keep going, you know? I obviously love playing the game anyway, so there's no issue there. But in the other YouTube series, it's just the views fell off, so started again. Yeah, why are my hands blurry? We don't know. There's like a bug or something going on, and I have no idea how it happened. I have to go back through the stream to see why, but I don't want to restart the game because I kind of like it. And people were saying like, oh, could it be photo mode? It's like, yeah, when I zoom in on photo mode, things go blurry. And that doesn't normally happen. There's no blur effect in photo mode normally. And trust me, I've taken many photos in the game, all my thumbnails and stuff. I've never seen the game use a blur effect like that. The only time is what people mentioned, which is this. If you click this, you blur the background while you're focusing on your to-do list. That doesn't seem to have any effect on this. So I wondered, did I activate both at the same time or something? It looks really cool. It's like, I'm like in cinematic mode. It's like a proper depth of field. Because like if I take out this, it's really blurry. And people were saying it looks a bit bigger than normal. I don't know, but I kind of agree. Anyway, so we don't know. Fun little bug. By toggling, I don't want to go into the settings at the moment. I'm happy with it. It's fine. It's fine. I don't want to do anything I didn't do originally to make it happen, if that makes sense. I think it's so funny the way they circle, waiting for... Oh, that's why they were in the vortex thing in that guy's video, right? The, Let's Game It Out, right? They had a big vortex. I was wondering why they're flying circles. I guess that makes sense. Alright, cool. Anyways, so... this will be time crystals. We'll get the area ready for the next machines. I need to work out the rates. So I know how much we're making. 7 per minute. Supercomputers. So that's our limiting factor. 7 per minute. 7 divided by 3 is 2.3 recurring. 2.3 times... well, 2.3 recurring. Due to 3 decimal places. $15 and then $45. Yeah, we've got plenty. All right, great. So I was just seeing if we had enough to actually run these machines, which we do. So they need to be clocked at that speed. Copy this. So we need 3 of these machines. Now, what are these machines? Oh, they're quantum encoders. We haven't built those yet. We had a look at them in the previous stream because I was like, oh shit, yeah, we unlocked these. So we need 3 of these. Oh, very interesting indeed. I might actually, yeah, these are big. The one there. And there, yeah, I can't even fit them. We'll have to go sideways. I've never seen these turn on or anything, so this will be exciting for me anyway. Might be exciting for some people as well if they haven't seen them. Nice alignment. Love to see it. Good. There's 1. There's 2. There's 3. So that required, what do they require to make? So turbo motors, supercomputers, cooling systems, time crystals, you know, easy stuff. Some trigons. And we'll set the clock speed of these to be a bit lower in just 1 sec. So we're going to be making, ultimately we want to make that, but we're doing neural quantum processors. Ooh, look at this, all the animations. They love it. Now. God, I can't stop burping. I don't know why. All right. 77.778%. 2.33 per minute. And we got that dark matter residue coming out. 58.33 recurring. 58.33. We're going to make 175. 175 dark matter residue. DMR. My favorite gun in Arma Exile. And 2.33 times 3. Making 7. Oh yeah, because we're consuming 7. Neural quantum processors. NQ. Now, I assume this is just going to get backed up and not go anywhere. So we'll have to make a buffer for that. As far as I understand, it's like a gas. So it doesn't need any pumps or anything. But we're going to use it then in crystals. We should be able to do easy enough as well up here. Because we have everything we need. Yep, the next video is coming out tomorrow. So don't worry, it's on its way. Game looks so good. Yeah, I can't wait to turn these on as well. Let's make them look cool. Let's make them look cooler than that. What do we got? Chrome? Yeah. Let's give them power. Alright, they are powered on. Oh my god. This is fun though. Oh yeah, the excited photonic matter. We haven't even made that. Duh. And I didn't connect this. And my music's gone off. Let's go fix that. Found a Reddit post. I was able to pull it off by going into photo mode, pressing P, and then toggling the depth of field using T. Oh. There you go, you got it. I must have clicked T. And he's saying that it just stays on, does it? Oh yeah, it does. You got it. Old shaving foam. Got it. Good job. Now we know. Yeah, because it's not there in the list of... So when I was pressing this... Sorry. You can see all the hotkeys, but it doesn't say anything to do with pressing T. I wonder what else is there available. Let's go with the Shape Z soundtrack for a while. Whoops, sorry. Start with Operator's Journey. Alright, cool. So, we now need converters to make the excited photonic matter that's going to plug into the liquid/gas input. And we should make enough in one to go into all three, I believe. And we have no inputs for this machine, so it's kind of just part of this area. So we'll go maybe here. Want to get excited. 200 per minute. And what do we need? 58.33 recurring per minute. 58.33 times 3. 175. I'm gonna shoot a guess at this. Is that 75%? No, it'd be like 83, I bet. That... Oh. Can I not underclock this? Oh, I can. I don't know why it wouldn't let me do it. Is it just because it's off? Oh, no, it works now. Okay. That's not right. 175 then. Okay. 87.5. A machine with no inputs. Yeah, I've never seen that before either. Didn't even know it was a thing. Never heard anyone mention it. How unusual. Just like that, we're making it. Okay. That could maybe warrant going into a buffer thinking about it. it's going to come out here. I'm using a clean pipeline, but we'll use the normal one actually so we can see it. I think it only goes up to 100 actually. Oh, so cool. The blue lights coming out of it. Alright, that's the first component easily done. It's the easiest thing you could ever possibly do. I might actually just feed each of these their supercomputers just because I've got too much on me right now anyway. Now, we obviously want to hook it up properly though, so let's just get the supercomputers to come over. So that should be easy enough. So next thing, just get a splitter here. 1, 2, 3. Interesting how the inputs in different places like that, like one further in. Use a pipe that you can see that. Oh yeah, nice, cool. I'm on top of it. Alright, so we need to line up with this guy. That's in the center of this foundation, so let's go up by 2. Okay, supercomputers are rolling out. That should allow these drones to land, because they'll actually take off to go get more. Nice, looking good. Yeah, there's a lot of... It looks like there's more drones than there is, just because this one's flying around waiting all the time to see if it can drop it off. Because we're not consuming, and I don't have it hooked up to overflow. Actually, that's another reason. It will technically need that eventually. The tiniest amount ever, though. So what we would want to do is somewhere even here, maybe a smart splitter, and then another one. Maybe more in the center here, actually. Sorry. Like that. This will be forever before this actually is needed, really. This might be better to try and feed it into the existing one. I'll get rid of that for now. This one can go into a dimensional depot, though. Just when it overflows. So that's fine. Yeah. Now, if I wanted to continue this down and send it in somewhere... This is such a mess, this place. There used to be many things going in here, and I can't remember which is and isn't. I might clean it up in between streams, actually, if I get some time. I'm going to risk it and follow this one back. Oh, so that's overflow for when these things get full. That's going to happen soon, okay? That's overflow from the rods, is it? Oh, the magnetic field generators. We're actually going to use that line soon enough to combine. Look, anyway, I'm being a bit silly. Let's just... I mean, it's still going to be silly. It's going to be even more silly, though. I'm just going to add another thing here. That's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't look at it. It's fine. Now, grab our smart splitter here. So, I think it's 0.064 is when this will get full. So, a very long time before that ever happens. And if I ever build with supercomputers... It'll draw from the dimensional depot first anyway, so... This is just in the off chance that it really somehow idles for a very long time and gets full and there's nowhere to go. But now it does. Alright, cool. Anyway, supercomputers are all there and backed up. We'd love to see it. So that's 2 components done. Fixite trigons are next, and the time crystals. So the fixite trigons are just made over there, or brought in over there. But as you can see, this place is a nightmare for moving things around, so we'll have to find a line. Maybe along this foundation line here. Alright, so if you follow this along this line. God, I love those machines. They're my favorite, I think. Although we haven't seen this one turn on yet. Right, there's the Trigons. So I was thinking of just bringing them along up and over the same thing, just to make life a little easier. It's quite a high belt, but whatever. What does it matter? So yeah, somewhere here, you're just gonna have to split. Might need faster belts on these things, so it's gotta be a Mark II. Give it a Mark V. I think we only make like 150 actually, but still. Mark IV then. Meet in the middle. I'll do 2 here. They're so cool. Turn them up. What the hell's your problem? Oh, too high. There. 1, 2. What are those? Oh, those are the biochemical sculptors. What are those? Nuclear waste time? No, not time yet. Got like 20 hours. I mean, it'll take time to actually... What's going to be really fun is tomorrow we'll be doing nuclear waste. And, I'll be against the clock properly at that point. It's like we gotta build this in like 10 hours at least, which isn't like that much, but or isn't like a really short time frame, but it is a time frame. Alright, this will be the Trigons. So let's go here. 1, 2, 3. Is it? No, it's 4. Good. Just to check how much they're going to be using, it is 35. A clean 35. 35 times 3, 105. So Mark II belt is plenty. That's where we want to go. Just need support. Alright, there we go. Oh, the power pole. Bit better. Alright, Trigons, done. Last one, time crystals. I built a massive rocket fuel factory, so it'll still be a long time before I get into nuclear. Yeah, I mean, everyone says rocket fuel is better, right? I just didn't want to do it. I wanted to... I'm a contrarian. People are like, use diluted packaged fuel. I'm like, no. Never. People say, make rocket fuel. It just makes sense. I'm like, no. Nuclear is fun. I'll just do the unpopular thing. That's what I like to do. Contrarian. Also, I always wanted to build nuclear and I just never got to, and I don't want everyone telling me, no, you can't do it. It's like, well, I'd like to do it. and deal with the problems. They should probably rebalance it though. It does seem like if it takes more effort, why wouldn't they just give it... They should just like double its output or something. Anyways, so we have to go to the desert and then pick up our time crystals. And then we can fly them in anywhere we want. Oh yeah, we're going to bring them in from over there, won't we? Yeah, we'll do that last so that we can actually see it happen. Just actually before I do, I could build a drone port, get it all set up and ready to go. Yeah, that one. And this says time crystals. And then just disconnect it just last minute so that we don't accidentally turn on the machine before we're here. I want to see it all come on. Now these are going to go into the special input. Then here, special. 1, 2, 3, 4. Man, I'd really look... I hope I get to make it, but when I get to the end of the Desert series, like, dealing with quantum things in factories that I designed to make it look good, like, I'm just looking at this machine thinking, like, how it could be... This slot could be fed from below, and, like, the other slots could be fed from different directions, and how they could be isolated on their own in their own rooms, spaced out to make them look really important. Oh, it's gonna be really cool. Quantum room, all lit up with, like, weird blue lights and stuff. It's gonna be great. My factories at the moment are quite utilitarian and quite industrial, just generally. Some of them are clean, but when we get to the later stuff, I'll make it all like very almost alien looking. I think would be kind of cool, like super clean, super empty, like big rooms with only like one machine in them. I think that could look kind of nice. Right, so we're gonna come out here and go straight out this way. Now, you need to go up 2 more levels, actually, thinking about it. Just give myself a gap in case in the future things have to go through there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, so this will be time crystals. We'll just disconnect that little segment. Which one? I guess this one. We'll connect that back when we get back here. Because the drone's ready to go. Time crystals import IF11. It's called IF because it's an iron factory. It's gone beyond that now, I think. And do they require more than... They only need 11? Yeah, so Mark 1 belt's fine. Alright, off to the desert we go. I'm always looking for feedback on the Let's Play, just generally. People tell me all sorts of different things, you know, it's interesting. And I feel this way myself when I consume other people's content. Like, I watch podcasts and they look for feedback, and I'm like, I feel like I'm right in the feedback I give. You just inherently feel that. And then you hear, like, well, actually, most people say this other thing. It's like, oh, right, okay. So today, like, you know, I think I responded to someone, it was either today or yesterday, that was saying, like, you should do your videos more like I'm Kibitz. He's perfected the length of his videos, and to me, you spend too long explaining things. I'm like, oh, that's an interesting feedback. The majority of feedback I get is people saying like, oh, I really like your videos compared to I'm Kibitz, because he goes too quickly. He glances over a lot of stuff, or he'll just like turn around the factory's done, or a part of it, or something. You know, I don't really watch his videos. I don't have the time. There's nothing against him. So I hear that way more than I hear the other thing. But at the same time, you gotta wonder if it's like, well, maybe the people that I'm done, quote, explaining to, once they learn how to play the game, they stop watching, because they know what to do then. Some of them. Maybe that explains why there's always a decline. Or maybe I'm just too slow. I think that's obvious. But yeah, I saw one of his last videos, because they were saying, like, the length of his video, your videos are too long. This was on a 42-minute video. They're like, they're too long. And then I saw one from him, it's like 37 minutes. I'm like, it's not that different. Now, I know mine often go into the hour range. And I'm guessing that must have been a long one for him. But I was kind of surprised. I'm like, oh, I don't know. Seems like he has long enough videos. They're not short anyway. They're not like 15 minutes. But always looking for feedback. Does the excited photonic matter get generated without needing anything? Yeah. Just needs power. It's exciting photons. Don't know why they decided to do that, but I think it's actually kind of interesting just because it's like, oh, you just need the machine and you just have to handle the outputs, and it has variable power. The power goes up and down. So it's like, yeah, okay. But it's kind of weird that I made the other stuff first. You'd almost feel like that should be the first thing you deal with in a converter. Anyway, here we are, Time Crystal Central. %, love to see it. The excited photonic matter only went up to 300. Oh, that's because we underclocked the machine. Yeah, went up to 300 megawatts. So, for those who didn't see the stream last week, this is what we built last week. Oh my god, a yellow light. I like that. Oh, not enough quartz crystal, or raw quartz coming in. I'll fix that in a second. But yeah, basically what we built is a bunch of refineries here making quartz crystals, zapping it along, and then going into all of these converters. That's mixing with coal. And then going in over here to make diamonds, I should say. And then the diamonds go into here into converters again. Do they even mix with anything? No, it's just diamonds into time crystals. But yeah, we should be running at 100 and we're not. Let's find out why. So you've got your water. That's not the problem. It's the quartz. 64. There's the problem. They're all Mark 1. I think someone did write that in the comments, actually. I feel like they did. What is this, amateur hour? Jeez. That'll fix it. 50 per minute out, so Mark 1s are fine there. Yep. Alright, cool. That'll fix it. Give it time. I wonder then, were the efficiency of the miners a bit lower? Because they should have been, right? We wouldn't have been using all the coal. Just want to see it to confirm. Yeah. Alright, we're 1200 per minute out of our mind over there. 2400 per minute total. We're back up and running. Gibbons is more a gimmicky style, which I don't dislike. Yeah, so I couldn't make videos like him even if I wanted to anyway. I'm not, like, funny or whatever. It's the same. Someone in my Discord was like, oh, you should do stuff like challenges and do stuff like let's game it out. I'm like, that's just not me, though. Like, and anyway, one of the pieces of feedback I gave to the person who suggested to do stuff more like I'm Kibitz, because they were like, his videos are perfect. I'm like, I don't want to just copy someone else, you know? It's like, if someone has perfected something and they're doing great at it, that's awesome. I need to find another niche then. Serve the crowd that aren't being served by his videos. That's how I look at it. Not that it really matters anyway. I don't really think about it too much. I kind of just make my own style and go with it. I've never sat back and thought, how can I refine my video into something more palpable? I just kind of make what I think I'd like to watch. The quantum tech is cool, I gotta agree. I've been building along... I'm sorry, I totally missed whatever that person's feedback was. It was... He hasn't written anything yet. Okay. And sorry, CM, with the 4-month Tier 3 membership. Even though I beat the game in Update 8 and was ahead of your progress in this stream until 2 weeks ago, still like watching explain stuff. Nice, thank you. And thanks for being a member. That's expensive, so thank you. At that tier. That's expensive anyway, but at that tier, especially. Right, drone ports. So all of the time crystals come down here, they mix together. They go into this container. Where do we want to do the port? And the logical place would just be somewhere here, I guess. Maybe even raised off on its own. Gotta watch out for those arches. Always bothers me, like, you know, it fits nicely on a foundation, but things don't line up with anything. But they do if you move it. Then it's... Why would you do that? Alright, let's just hook these up to power. With your chill videos, it might... Oh, sorry, your first one said, your videos are certainly not too long. For me, Kibitz's style of video is a little too high energy, but he's good at keeping engagement. I think it has a lot to do with short attention spans. To some extent, yeah. It's like if you're snappy and you're always keeping things moving, that makes sense. I've seen a couple of the first few minutes of Kibitz's videos recently, and I was surprised to see that he's still working on the same thing. I didn't know he did that. Just because I've seen thumbnails and I'm like, oh, I thought every time he's building like a new factory. But actually, he seems to be building like some sort of nuclear power plant or something. I could be wrong. I don't know what he's doing. I think it's a nuclear power plant. Yeah, no, he is. Because I definitely saw something to do with like the control room or something, I think. Or where he has the rods. Something like that. Anyway, I was just surprised because I was like, oh, so he actually breaks these huge builds across multiple videos. That's interesting. So that would be something I'd be interested in doing, because it's like, I struggle to figure out how can I break. I always think like people would want a kind of a beginning and an end. But other people say, no, no, you should hook them to get them to watch the next one by saying like, oh, we're almost getting done with something else. But I find, I haven't watched his videos genuinely, so I don't really know. How do you make that interesting? How do you say like, I'm going to put down 50 machines and hook them all up? There's no payoff to any of that. It's like, I just did it. Then what? The whole fun is like turning it on, seeing it come to life, checking if it works. At least that I thought. But I haven't watched. Maybe he does something that just makes it interesting along the way. I don't know. I don't know. And it's not just him. I'm sure there's others that do this stuff too. Yeah, because I could build ultra mega scale too, but I just feel like no one wants me to see me put down 200 machines and not do anything else. I mean, that just seems like that would be so boring. And I can't... So it just... that's the whole thing with my copper Caterium factory. That was a mega build, right? It's 12,500 ingots per minute. It was really big. 500 refineries. You know? But it needed 3 videos. And I'd have to go back and see how I did it. Actually, it needed 4 videos, thinking about it. But I feel like they're along... Yeah, the first one was like delivering all the ore. The next one was like building all the refineries. Then it was like designing a power control room and feeding power out to everything. And then the fourth one was turning it all on. So I don't know. I need to think about it, but yeah. Just like the videos and share them. That would help. And we'll see if we can find more people rather than lose people all the time. I'll tell you one thing that would probably help. Stop talking about it, you know? Just get on with it. Alright, time crystals in. We don't need fuel here. We'll fuel it on the other side. Yes. Yeah. Now, how many time crystals did we make? Oh, I actually wrote it down. I don't need to check this. Someone has handled this for me. Make 150. Excellent. Good job, Darren. We've only got 70 trigons available. Huh. I'll have to check in on that, because I might be consuming more than that now. In fact, I think I definitely am. Didn't we say that we're consuming 35 for each machine? So I'll have to maybe go down to the grassy fields again and just throw in those summer sloops. Double it. We'll make 300 per minute then. That'll be sorted. So time crystal's 150. So let's just go with the Mark III belt then. Oh my god, if the game crashed, I would kill myself. Alright, cool. So what we could do is, what the people have been advising me, right, is fill this up manually. And then we can send the drone here. Or tell the drone to come here, sorry. So let's give this drone port a name. So this is going to be Time Crystal Site, right? So it's... yeah, Time Crystal... just TC, I guess. TC01. Time Crystal Export. Because no doubt this place might end up doing something else in the future, but we'll see. Like, or being added onto. By the way, this is an excellent site for doing this. I'm definitely going to do this in the main series again in the future. I'm reserving those 2 coal nodes and the 2 quartz crystal for building this, basically, but in a nicer looking way, because it's really good. It's perfect. Having the 2 coal nodes there, the 2 raw quartz there, it is perfect for making diamonds with the alternate recipe called pink diamonds. So good. And then you just, yeah, you get loads of diamonds out because of it. I mean, maybe I'll do something else. And then also you do it in converters rather than particle accelerators, so it takes a little less power. Right, so that's it. We're going to be waiting on a drone to arrive here, ultimately, but we could just run at this point. That's it. Nope. I don't see it. It should have left by now, I would have thought. No? Did I set it correctly? Oh, I didn't set it yet. I'm being a dumbass. A dummy. Let's see. IF11, I want to say. There we go. So IF11 has to come here. That's the way we got to do it. Yeah. So you don't worry about anything. Can I get rid of this? I don't... for some reason, I don't think so. There we go. Right, cool. So that's going to fly here and go back. Give it a minute and see which one flies off. I'll catch all this chat now in just one sec. Just once I see this movement. That's it. So I'll watch the icon on the screen. Anyway, I personally like a lot of Satisfactory content, says Chavical Gaming, but your Update 8 play-along series got me to play the game, period. Nice. That thing was so huge, 3 vids, and we still didn't see the whole thing working. Yeah, only a fraction of it ever came online. Like, maybe almost about half, I would say, in the end. Are your ambitions to be as big as Kibitz, or are you content with your niche? I would just like consistency. I don't care about being big or anything like that. I just need consistency, so I have some sort of predictability in my life. But if things are trending down... So since, not to be super negative, but about a year ago, I had nearly 3 times the views I have now. At a certain point, I won't be able to do it anymore if it continues that way. So, being honest, being a full... I tried to go all in on Satisfactory and just do Satisfactory, but I think it's not worked. I think I probably need to go back to doing City Skylines and Anno and other games at the same time, and juggle multiple audiences rather than trying to go all in on one. That seems to be the case anyway. But doing that means far less Satisfactory videos. It means I wouldn't be able to keep up with the... I mean, I can barely even keep up with the amount they want me to do now. So, yeah. So that's the only reason this ever comes up, because I have declining views. If it was just even steady, I'd have no problem. I wouldn't be saying anything. Like, for reference, like, I'm Kibitz, I think, gets around, like, 3 million views a month. I get 300,000. This guy's 10 times bigger than me, so if I was even half that, you wouldn't hear anything from me. Be making bank. I'd do all right as it is. You don't even imagine being on that level. I wonder who the biggest is for views, actually. I'm just going to look it up right now. I'll do it off screen for modesty, but the other person I can think of is Total X Clips. I'll be curious to know what kind of views he gets. He does play other games, I think, from time to time. His have actually come down quite a lot. I guess it's natural to come down after the release of Satisfactory 1.0, but I'm talking... my time frame is over a year. But yeah, he got like 4.5 million views when Satisfactory 1.0 came out. Then 3 million, then 1.5, and he's kind of leveled at 1 ish now per month. That's pretty good. 1.3, 1.2, 1.3. Yeah, that's pretty great. I'd love that. But I get it. I only do one type of video, really. He also does guides and stuff, doesn't he? Back in the day, like, I've been around YouTube for a long time. I've done reviews. I've done narrative, cinematic campaigns. I've done multiplayer games, modded content, guides, developer diary breakdowns, news breakdowns. I've done live streams where I go through news. I've done it all. And now is my most simple form of content, which is really just playing games. And it has done the best for me. So when people suggest, like, do guides and stuff, it's like, guides do well, but I don't know. It's fine. I'm Kibitz is no more on stream. He doesn't stream at all, no? Yeah, Kibitz, he finished Satisfactory and then he started playing, like, City Skylines and stuff, didn't he? Try Minecraft again. I'd love to. Yeah, my other issue is just, like, bandwidth. I don't know how people... I work every day, right? I don't take any breaks. Like, I mean, like, days off. I know I've been sick a lot recently and things like that. I had 2 weeks off, and then my cat died in December, so I had a bit of time off there, too. So there's been things pulling my attention away. But generally speaking, I work, like, you know, 7 days a week. I'm working on videos and content. I'm playing the game to record and stuff like that almost all the time. I'm streaming, or I'm doing other forms of content. What is going on? I'm not pressing anything. Okay. And still, it's just not enough, you know? I can't seem to get the volume out quickly. Otherwise, I feel like the quality drops significantly. It's like, I can do this all day. I can do 12 hours of streams all day. But, you know, a lot of people don't like them as much, right? Because there's no editing, it's long form, and all that. If you want, people want the edited videos with a bit more summary, it's like, they still take, like, 6 hours to record. But I bring them down into, like, 40 minutes, 1 hour, that kind of thing. And if I didn't take 6 hours, they'd be not nearly as good. Because I make a lot of mistakes, or I'm figuring things out, or I'm cutting out, like, the repetitive build stuff, you know? There's a lot of stuff just to figure out with that. But anyway, we can move. I don't like sitting here talking about this. I feel like I talk about it way too much. It's good to be open and transparent. I want people to know things, but I don't ever want to come across like I'm complaining. People that are here aren't the problem. It's the people that aren't, you know? And not that they're a problem, but you know what I mean. It's like, that's the thing I'm trying to figure out, so it's all good. I want to just, you know, these are my problems, not yours, so we can just focus on the game. I don't want to edit the streams into videos. It's not a bad suggestion, but I don't have the time for that. I couldn't do it. I've been thinking about getting an editor, but I don't know. I don't have any money. So it's like a catch-22. I wouldn't be able to pay them at first for a while. Now, well, I'm in the process of getting a mortgage for my apartment. I just typed mortgage. What am I looking for? Fuel. Hey, thanks very much, Chachi Gallo. I'll read that in just 1 sec. I'm in the process of getting a mortgage. If all goes ahead okay, my rent will be significantly lowered. And I'll have more money in my pocket. And I could reinvest that then into things like editors and stuff. I probably could have, but no offense to my girlfriend, she stopped working, basically, 8 months ago now. She just quit her job. She had a pretty good job, pretty good money, but it was just really, she was very unhappy with it. Just unhappy in it. It was making her unhappy. So I was like, yeah, you know, take some time off, find something else. We'll see what happens. But since then, like, she still hasn't got one, and she's looking. She's doing volunteer work and other things at the moment to gain some experience. Great, no problem, not throwing shade at her, but it is burning a hole in my pocket like you would not believe. So I just don't have the excess capital to do anything else right now. And I wouldn't hire an editor for free, I wouldn't do it. Her editing skills are pretty good. She was a community manager for a games company. I wouldn't make her edit my stuff though, it's fine. But she has done things for me in the past. She does my emails and she does stuff to do with my website and kind of all the extra bits. She's done thumbnails for me too. She did a lot of the old Satisfactory thumbnails I made, or I had. Yeah, she actually did some really great ones. But I've taken over now. She doesn't know the game very well, so it's like I have to tell her kind of what to do anyway with the thumbnail. It's a whole thing. I don't want to talk about this anymore, so we'll just move on from it. Chachi Gallo with the super chat. He said, "Hey Darren, love all your Satisfactory content. You got me back into the game again. Appreciate you always sharing with all of us. your patience with answering the same questions again and again. Yeah, I think I wear out other people's patiences. Do you edit all your videos yourself? Yes. Can you edit the streams into videos? As I mentioned, as I read that already, but yeah, I'm just not a fan of doing that, and I don't have the time anyway. The best way to edit the streams into videos would be to get a setup where I have 2 PCs. Don't have the money to do that. I've got 1 PC, so what you see on screen is what would be in the video. I wouldn't want this in the video, so to record it separately, I'd need another PC, and I don't have that at the moment. I think you were editing down your streams instead of, if you were, it would save you time. Yeah, maybe, it just wouldn't be the same. Trust me, I'll do the same thing like 3 or 4 times behind the scenes in the video, and then cut out the first 3 times I built it. That's a little peek behind the curtain. In this next video, remember I said I was splitting the next video into 2? I ended up just re-recording the whole thing. So, like, I just felt I had to. It's hard to explain, because I felt the quality wasn't that good. I was like, I just wasn't that happy with it. Anyway, so my brain is also broken in some respects. Some of this stuff. I tried to let things go and lower the quality, but then the views do go down. I'm like, fuck, I knew it. 35 per minute. We need to improve the amount of trigons we make. To do that, I have to head down to grassy fields. But this will turn on anyway for the amount that we have here. I'm just going to turn that music down real quick. Alright, so the time crystals are making their way in. We're going to see this first machine turn on. I've never seen these turn on before. And we didn't actually hook up their outputs, thinking about it. Should probably do that. My god, it's online. We go. What is it called? It's quantum encoder. How long does it take? Oh shit. Only about 30 seconds on by default. Hey, we've already made one. Wow. Awesome. Alright, cool. Let's get this stuff to be piped out and just put into a buffer for now. We'll just keep flushing it until we have somewhere for it to go, which we will have soon enough. I don't need one there. I'll give this a clear pipe as well in a minute. Alright. I'll have to get lifts to go in here, but like from the top down rather than from the bottom up. They're too close. These are cool. I like them a lot, but I do prefer the particle accelerator. We're encoding. I respect the hell out of being an independent content creator and being able to make a living out of it. Shows your character, especially with being so transparent. No more questions from me about it. Dude, back in the day, it was crazy. I used to, I've been doing this for nearly 10 years? No, 8 years. And, when I left my job and pursued this, I was like, I'm going to be, like, as transparent as ever. And I had a Patreon and things back then. And I kind of always felt like if you give money to a content creator on Patreon, like to keep them going, you should kind of know where it goes. I've kind of moved back on that now a little bit. And I don't have a Patreon, but I mean, like, I don't judge others anymore for not doing that. And I understand why you wouldn't. But for some reason in my head, I was like, if people are going to give like 20 a month, they should know what I'm doing with it. So I used to post all my finances every month in what was called the Senate meeting. And we'd have a Senate meeting. I'd let people know how things are going. Here's all my analytics. Here's all the revenue. Here's where your money goes. Here's all my expenses. And I did that for 2 years. I stopped doing it because eventually I just stopped the Patreon. But yeah, so I'm not worried. I don't mind talking about this stuff. My dad was furious. He's like, what are you doing telling people how much we make? I'm like, I don't care. I don't know. It doesn't bother me. Anyway. Right, we're going to hook up a few of these so that we don't have to flush them too often. And we'll build machines in this stream to sort this out. I think I've still got time. What time is it? Oh, I've only got a little bit of time left, actually. I think I told Rosie around 9, and it's nearly... It's like 8:37. Alright, cool. Anyway, you started with the Republic of Play. Oh, that was when I quit my job. That's when I went full-time, yeah. But I had a channel before that. It was called Darren Total War. And that's the one I changed into Republic of Play. And I was doing reviews. I did reviews for about a year before I ran out of money. So I saved up 10 grand to do it. And I was making maybe like 800 a month, but I was spending about 1200 a month just on rent and things. So eventually ran out of money and got a loan and then tried again. But I got a bit more aggressive with things. So I went into, I did guides. I went for more YouTubery. I was like, okay, like my reviews obviously aren't as good as I hoped, or it's not pulled the attention as I hoped. It's like some of them we get hundreds of thousands of views, and then others we get like 5,000. So it's like, wasn't really building an audience properly. I didn't know that back then, or I wasn't thinking clearly, or I've learned since, I guess. Anyways, so then I started doing other things like making guide videos and then making developer diary videos. So I was focusing on the new Stellaris expansions and the new Imperator game that was coming up, and they got tremendous views because I was focusing on new stuff. People were excited for it and just wanted the information. But I was diluting the channel into all these different games and things that weren't relating to each other. So I built up a great amount of subscribers and everything, but there was no cohesion to anything. Again, I struggle. I don't have a strong personality, and I'm okay with it, but I just don't. So it's difficult to bring people together and be like, yeah, I want to watch a Darren video. You know, it's like, no, they just wanted to see like the latest dev diary or a guide for something. Then they learned and they bounced, or whatever it might be. And the same with the reviews. They're like, this, you know, check out a review, whatever. And then I just didn't seem to hook them into like staying to watch more. And it was a very generic name, like Republic of Play. I thought it was kind of a cool name because the idea was that like, yeah, there's a republic of people or whatever that are like supporting me, and we'll go back and cover games beyond just their initial release, and people can kind of vote on what we cover and stuff. That was like the idea. But it turns out, like, I don't know, I was just way too late to that idea. We're gonna move now to the south of the map while I talk through this, because I think I was kind of doing things in an old way. Really, YouTube was breaking into more and more subgenres and niches by that point. I should have noticed that. Which was that there was creators popping up just for Hearts of Iron and just for whatever. So it's like, how could you make videos on it, on that game and other games and all these other things, and still get like attention? Like, how can you compete with someone? How can I make a Civilization video and compete with someone who does only Civ? Really? People are going to go to that person primarily. You'll get the cast-offs and the scraps. And unless you've got a really strong personality where people are like, you know, it's like an Angry Joe video or something. It's like, oh, it's supposed to be kind of funny, and you like rip into things, and you've got some sort of shtick behind it. Whereas if you're just like, I'm just reviewing like a strategy game that takes, let's be honest, 30, 40 hours to just learn it and like know what you're doing and beat it. By the time you do all that, like, you've missed the zeitgeist of it. Because also, I was blacklisted from many companies. They didn't want to send me things because it was often very negative. So it made it extremely difficult to do anything. It's like, okay, I'll post a Civilization review 2 weeks after the game comes out. Who the fuck cares by then? And nowadays, they're changing the damn thing so quickly as well anyway. So, that was an interesting, like, period. Anyway, the one thing that did work was just, I had a Let's Play channel on the go at the same time. And that's what this turned into. I renamed it from Republic of Let's Play to What Darren Plays. That's where we are. neural whatevers are done on the to-do list, so yeah. Potato McWhiskey. Who's Dex? I haven't heard of Dex. Potato McWhiskey, man. Racist to my people. It's like if I called myself Leprechaun Rainbow Man or something. Leprechaun Ginger Rainbow. Dex plays Vampire Survivor-like games. Oh, that's cool. Dex is a cool name. He has a story about his name? Oh, I'm sure he does. Sure he does. I've never met him or anything. But, are we all talking Civilization? No, not really. That was just an example I was using. I haven't played the new one, actually. Because of the mixed reviews. I called it, though. Said it would get mixed reviews. Called it. Nailed it. One thing I am proud of at my Republic of Play channel, just to wrap that up, is I'm really proud of the reviews there. I think they're actually really good. And the ones that got really high views seem to reinforce that. The ones that didn't, I just think it's down to things like... Just covering random games. Like that. I think one of the last reviews I did was Hard Space Shipbreaker. Like, well, what does that have to do with any of the other strategy games I played? I don't know. I was just playing... I just thought it was an interesting game. Right, so, to be lazy, I'm just going to throw in a summer sloop into each one of these. That will double our output. Might figure this out later down the line. Or do more with it. For now, this is okay. You get 10 fixite ingots. The ingots come out of here. Yeah. It wouldn't make a difference then. I was gonna say, like, if we sloop these, would that give us more yield at the end? But no, right? It would just make the same amount. Like, we'd just be doubling it. But we'd also need more Caterium. This way we don't, so... right, so that's gonna be now 300 per minute, so we have to increase this belt speed. Alright, well that's an easy way to increase your trigons. So I'm just going to go into my Milanote document and just say, okay, trigons have now gone up to 300 per minute. I'm going to give it a little purple tint so that I know why that is. Just like over there. That sloop could be removed actually in future. I'm just going to get out of this area, it's so loud. There we go. Right, so we only had 70 to play with. Now we've just consumed 35 times 3. 105. We consumed 80 somewhere. Okay. And now we've got 300 minus 80 minus 105. We're left with 115. Okay, that's up to date. Time fluctuators have not changed. Time crystals have. Consuming more of those now. I just wanted to get my numbers right here so that we know, because I'm going to be wrapping up in a minute. But I think I can still do dark crystals in just a sec. Head back to base. Dark matter residue. So we're consuming 2.3333 times 15. 2.333. 35. Okay. 35. That 115 then. Other things that we consumed today. We made supercomputers. Fresh supercomputers. Supercomputers. And I know how much I made. I made 6.564. Which combined with the ones that we had made already. Man, it's hard to see. Supercomputer. There it is. Yeah, so they just combined anyway. So there's nothing left on this, I would say. And now on this, there is 0.064. So that is a very low amount indeed. Now, in order to make that, we took in more plastic, AI limiters, and computers. So we used almost all the computers, I think, as well. So that can be down to 0, and the computers up here can be down to 0. I think there's like a really, really, really small amount left over. We made 26.83. Divided by 7.5. Yeah, so I said 3.5 in the end. This 26.25 is what we consume. So sorry for all this weird math. 26.25. The amount of computers we have left over is 0.58. Okay. And then finally it is the, well, it's the AI limiters will be next. So again, it's, fuck, I keep losing that number. I go back. You can. Oh, it's 3.5 machines anyway. Yeah, that's cool. $3.75. So we consume a further 13.125 AI limiters. Just need to find them. Here. So we had 48 remaining. So 48 minus brackets 34.875. Right, so 34.875. High-speed connectors will be the next one. Take this with me for a sec. So supercomputers, we know that they are consuming now 5.625. Fuck. And I also had 48 left over. Is that a coincidence? That seems weird. So 48 minus that, so it's 28.3125. Something about that seems wrong to me, but okay. 28.3125. Might not be. I might have just both had 48 for high speed and AI limiters left over after we used a lot of AI limiters already. I think that's it then, isn't it? So, oh, plastic is the last thing. So the increased amount of plastic I make is actually 1600. And I'll just look at what we can yeah, I'll have to go over that myself, so I'm going to put a question mark on this. I'll do that later, because we did it earlier in the stream, so I'll just go back and find it. Alright, cool, that's it. Anyway, sorry for that. Hardship should have been co-op. Hardspace Shipbreaker? Yeah, that would have been kind of cool. Hardspace is fun. I wish they didn't stop updating it. Hey, Dead Ghost. Yeah, people in my Discord play it together a little bit. We used to have our own servers running. But not anymore. Hard to get people together at the same time. You watched Severance, right? I haven't seen Season 2 yet. We'll watch it eventually. I really like Season 1. I watched it right when I feel like I was like being a little hipster with Severance, because no one I knew had seen it at all the first season. Because I saw it really soon after it first came out. Maybe within like the first couple of weeks. And now everyone seems to be talking about the new one. But yeah, no, I haven't seen it yet. We're watching... What are we watching? Oh, Squid Game Season 2. I'm really bad with watching TV. I'm very slow to it because I don't have any time. I'm working all the time. And Rosie gets really annoyed with me because like I don't even have time to just watch like a TV show. But some of them are really long. It's like hours long. Squid Game's like an hour and 10 minutes sometimes. That being said, you know, I stay up... at midnight I'm finished working. I stay up for a couple hours playing Mass Effect. So let's not get it twisted. I still have time to do things. I just choose to play video games because I prefer them. That's like my personal gaming time. Squid Game Season 1 is probably my favorite TV show ever. I had like years and years ago, like not a draft, but an idea of something quite similar to it. Not nearly as cool. They did it in a way that I would never do and way cooler. But the idea of like competitive games for money. So when it got announced, I was like always super interested in it. And I was like, wow, like this is exactly... And people who knew me were like, oh yeah, that's funny. Like you've definitely said this before. And it became like a huge hit. And then I loved it. I just think it's so cool. The whole like, no spoilers really, but like the VIPs and like how the games are run and that kind of thing. I never would have had any of that. Mine was more, it was almost more like gladiatorial games in my head. Rather than like these simple games and the way they trick people and stuff. So cool. Anyways, loved it. Watching season 2 now. We're only 2 episodes away from the end. Not as into it so far. Not as into it. Knew I wouldn't be. It's hard to replicate that first season, I think. Or continue it. It's like perfect. In my opinion, anyway. And just the premise of the second one straight away. Just don't care as much, to be honest. Don't care. So yeah. That's why I was hesitant about Severance doing a season 2, because I was like, Severance season 1 is so good that I almost don't want you to touch it. But people are saying the new one's good, so that's a good sign. Although, I gotta be honest, people told me the same thing about Squid Game season 2. My brother is like, you gotta watch it, it's like really, really good. I'm like, I don't think so. It's not like bad, it's just not nearly as good as the first one. Anyways, that's just my little opinions on that. Nice to hear that you're playing Mass Effect. Yeah, I've played Mass Effect already before, the first one. I've never played 2 or 3. Or I played a little bit of 2. Like a couple of hours. When I was like 16 or something, my unusual gaming take is I didn't like it. I played a little bit of Mass Effect 2. And at the very beginning of the game, slight spoiler for the beginning of Mass Effect 2, you like die and come back straight away. Because I guess they wanted to reset all your skills and stuff. And I remember just thinking like, this is such a... Even when I was like a 16-year-old, I was like, this is such a cheap way of doing this. And then I wanted to do all my squad tactics and stuff, and it was all removed. I was like, what the hell's going on with this game? It's not the same. I was like really disappointed. I just put it down and never played it again. Because I really liked the first one. It was all like one Reaper, and then they're like, now there's thousands of them. I was like, what the hell is this? Anyways. So, I was probably just an angsty teen. Now I'm an angsty adult. But I'm looking forward to getting into the second one. I'm playing the first one now, and I'm like, this is fucking awesome. It's so cool. Really good. It's better than I remember it. So I'm looking forward to getting into the next one again. Need a merger, not a splitter. Gotta get these neural things out of here. Neural nets. There we go. I don't know what I'm gonna do with them. What do we need these for, actually? They go into the AI expansion, isn't it? I think. There we go. Looks kind of more like it's part of the one machine. Damn, it's supposed to go that way. There they are. Neural quantum processors. Did it, Mom. Made a new thing. Never spell it. N-E-U, right? N-E-U. New. Yeah. It's gonna be. It's only used in the making of the AI expansion service. Okay. We'll throw them into an awesome sync then. Just let them go straight in. We don't need to save them up. Gonna go in the bin. I love all that. You just make them so you can grind them up. At least I am. Get this to go this way. Too much dark matter residue we've made. We need to empty that out. Hope power is keeping up. Oh, had a little dip there. That's the problem with that water thing. Yeah, we got loads of space actually on these. That's good. These are just gonna go in now. Grind me some tickets, boy. Keep storage full. I don't want a storage. I'm not gonna use it. I don't like having a storage and then you just use it to fill machines or whatever. I don't need it. Don't need it. Oh, for milestones is a good call, actually, yeah. Sorry, I take it back then, actually. Good idea. Totally forgot there's another part of the game that we haven't done yet. Now I feel so bad because I dismissed it so readily. Will you ever forgive me? Let's just leave that there, actually. Okay, cool. We'll just contain them. I suppose not to be lazy. Well, you don't need them to build anything. I don't know. Actually, I don't know what they're used for. No, it would have said if they're using the build gun. Just give me these. We'll see how many we need for the next milestone. I totally forgot about milestones. Guess we'll just wait for that to fill up. So I've got 74, and then we'll go down and see. Now the other thing I wanted to make with the dark matter residue is we can just make crystals straight out of them, right? Yeah, with the dark, yeah, cool. So inside more, oh no, inside particle accelerators, we make dark matter crystals by mixing more of our time crystals, and we just looked it up. We have 115 to spare. And the residue, how much residue? We'll do it based on the residue that we make. So about 100. We do have 150 residue, right? 58.33. 175 dark matter residue. Oh yeah, I did write that down actually. Dark. Alright, with 175, we can just build, we can leave over 25 per minute. If we make one machine that consumes 150. And there'll be one particle accelerator that we could aim this way. And then it has to take in the time crystals, which are there. So these can just roll along this way as well. Cool, yeah, we'll do that in just one sec. That won't take too long. The use for the blueprint Mark III. But why doesn't it say then in here, used in blueprint? Does this not ever tell you anything to do with build guns? Let's see. If I just go to something simple, like copper or concrete. Oh no, so this is, okay. So unlike the wiki, which would show you, alright, that makes sense. Fair enough. You got me. Then we could set up a dimensional depot and have it actively ready. There we go. So it's using the build gun to make a Mark III design. Well, we don't need a... Okay, if it's just one machine then, we don't ever need to have... And it takes 10. I think it's fine to not have to set up all that other stuff for it. Yeah, that's okay. But yeah, good to know. I would have just been syncing it. Just take that. Let's see if we can advance any milestones with how much we have. 156. Let's see. What do we need? Time crystals and fused frames. Guess it's because... Did I set these up? Oh, I did. Good job. Alright, we need trigons. Alright, so we're just missing some fused frames. There might be some upstairs I could go grab. If you don't want a storage, build a drone port. If you paint the storage pink. You need about 256 for the milestone, so not many. Hey Darn, love the latest Desert Series episode. I cringed big time when you realized the assemblies were not aligned to the grid. Take long to redo? Nah, probably like 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes. Thankfully they're just blueprinted, but then you just gotta connect them back up. So not that long. But yeah, that was annoying. It's things like that where people are asking about the streams. It's like, yeah, that stuff happens a lot. Yeah, so just give me some of these. How much do we need? 300. 1, 2, 3. What the hell's going on? It's just filling instantly. Oh, it's because some is in that. I see. Alright, and that'll be Fix It Blueprints Mark 3. I mean, if Darren was smart, he would have looked at what the next milestone requires as well. But I guess we have time. We have to wait. What do you think pale berries taste like? Give me the boop. So we have the turbo motors, we have the radio control units, we have the sound fluctuators. We do not have the superposition oscillators. Might be able to make them tomorrow. Obviously tomorrow we're going to be focusing on fixing the waste management problem because it'll start running into issues. But we need these as well for the AI expansions, I think, don't we? Yeah, so we need them anyway. That's the last thing we need. Because this is nothing. That's exciting. One thing to go. And it's Alclad. Dark matter crystals, which we're going to make right now in just a few seconds. How many could we do? 30 per minute are needed. We're going to make 60 per minute. Easy. Maybe I never need to fix that power. We're going to beat the game before I even need to. Oh yeah, people actually asked me about this. They said I had looped it, and I was like, I don't think I have looped it. I guess we have. That's funny. You were right. So, which one's the input? These are the inputs. Output. Okay, cool. I'll just empty these containers out then finally. What's left? Just 3,000. Okay, cool. Resolved. Look at it go. I know, it moves so fast. You can almost see it if you just follow it for a second. Gotta turn on that depth of field. Yeah, I love that. That's so cool. Knowing that's such an interesting thing. Alright, anyways, let's make the... So we did the neural whatevers. Now we just need to do dark matter crystal. That's the final thing for today. And then we'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow we focus on building, enhancing our nuclear power plant to continuously run. Now, I'm so close to the end of the game, it feels, that there is an argument to be made, just hear me out, that I could just add more storage to buy myself like another 50 hours, and I'm sure we'll beat the game but way before then, based on what we're looking at right now. But maybe I'm wrong. I haven't actually looked at what it takes to make the last component, actually, so we'll probably just fix it. Fix the waste management thing. Right, trigons, all that stuff is all good, so... And we'll probably need more of those for more excited photonic matter, it seems. Yeah, let's just let that do its thing. So, the dark matter residue that's here... drain the network completely, and then we're going to build these up. 1, 2, 3. So it might just go into a little couple baby buffers first, or even just one big one might be enough. me time while I'm building here. Although, that's just going to be in the way of my... what's it called? Time crystal belt. That's it. Do the power plant extension. Yeah. Build everything you can. Not in this one. Once we beat the game, then people have suggested to go over to the Update 8 playthrough and continue through that and progress through that, but progress through that using the big builds and everything. So that's a temptation. Maybe as a bit of a stopgap break before that, I'll solve people's factory problems. As I mentioned, I'll do like a fix my factory thing. And it's funny, actually, I had someone today write a comment saying, like, can I send you my save if I have some issue? It's like, on a, actually it was in Discord. Anyway, particle accelerator. We're just doing just the one, I think, right? See, as happy as I am progressing through this world, I'm not proud of it. I'm proud of some things. Proud of the progress, but I'm not proud of how it looks. I like my playthroughs for their big factories and stuff, you know? And their walls and lights and things. So, I want to get out of here once we're done with it. This everywhere, it just bothers me. Everywhere I look. Right, that's the time crystals that we need. Right, you're taking in the dark matter residue. You're taking in 150 per minute. So... a problem here is I make more than that, and we've nowhere to send it. It has to be consumed 1-to-1. So we could overclock this. Make it take 170. 175. Then it would take everything, right? $175. 175, so 70 per minute. Cool. Gonna hit us for power a little bit harder, but that's okay. With 35 time crystals, we also have enough of that too. So just using your standard, your bog standard splitter. Use a smart splitter because this should take priority anyway. So we'll say overflow goes out the left, and then we'll upgrade the belt before this to see what it needs. Now let's scrap that. Use the alt recipe, no time crystals. I want to use the time crystals though. You get more dark, you get more crystals out. Seems like that makes sense to me. I understand. I hear you guys. I know that you don't need it. We looked at that recipe first. Remember? I said, what does dark matter residue do? And it showed me. And I was like, okay, cool. 200 in, you get 20 out. But if we can just throw a few crystals in, seems good to me. I have them. They're right here. Why wouldn't I do it? I guess tell me why I shouldn't do it. To me, it seems logical. I don't know. My bad, I missed that. No, it's okay to miss that, but I'm like, what? Is this a big problem, me bringing crystals from here to there? It seems pretty not invasive. If I was like, oh, I've got to set up something and build something, then I would argue, I would understand. But it seems like, hey, we're here. We're already good to go. I guess we'll just continue over actually on this. Just wanted to see where the line is, so it's here. 35 per minute. 70 crystals per minute. Love it. Alright, so the only other thing then is just to say, now that we're adding that additional 35, is the belt speed good enough? So it's 35 plus whatever we're using here. Let's just say 40. So yeah, we need a Mark II. Oh, we should be fine after that though. Just flush that so we can keep everything moving. Once the time crystals get here, dark matter crystals are going to start rolling out. They can just go straight out here and we'll just send them. For now, what are they used in, I guess? Superposition oscillators, synthetic power shards. Oh yeah. Using a manufacturer to make the ballistic warp drive, so it's a good thing we're making lots of them. Singularity cells, or you use them in singularity cells. Superposition oscillators. So we're making 75 per minute. We can send 30 per minute into this one machine here, and maybe the remaining 40 per minute into the ballistic warp drive. I don't know what these things do. Oh, you use them for the teleporter, is it? Oh, they're used as well in the ballistic warp drive. Alright, we'll figure all that out later. Ooh, plutonium waste. Make fixonium. It's too advanced. Alright. Good to know. But yeah, for now we could just sink it. We'll have to leave it there. That's not a sink. Awesome sink, please. It feels like tier 9, there's like, it's like a whole other game in terms of like all the different alternate recipes and stuff. It's kind of so much to think about, and then power sources as well. Look at that. Got one. Concentrated dark matter residue that is isolated within a crystalline vessel. This form of containment allows for utilizing dark matter reliably in other production processes. Awesome. Alright, we did it. That's pretty good. I'm happy that we actually made that. It took me the longest to get the supercomputers together. Weirdly. We're playing with the big leagues now with some of these new machines and things. They have enough supercomputers. They're kind of getting low. Oh no, they're not. They're not. They're okay. I forgot you need supercomputers to actually build them, so I was getting confused. The supercomputers are supposed to travel out from here. Oh yeah, actually no, they are getting low. You're dropping a fresh batch in right now, I imagine, no? There's another one here. He's got 16. Can you not wait? Didn't we say this before? Like, wait until you're full or whatever. You just dropped off like 5. You're going to fly off and get 5 more. Ugh, that's so annoying for fuel. Yeah, you're burning a lot of fuel that way. Okay, think about it. Anyway, why do your inventory icons look so big? There's an option in the game to make them bigger. I do it so that viewers can see them easily. A lot of people say they watch on phones and stuff. I'm also just used to it. Will this be able to make me wives? What am I making beneath the space elevators? This is where the game started for me. This is my starter factory underneath here. So underneath it's an iron factory. We start, I won't go through the whole place, but if we start at the very bottom, there's iron mines. There's a copper mine over there. generally speaking, each of these rows are making 480 iron ingots per minute. All of these foundries, or smelters. So that's the, what is it, 6 belts? 6 belts of 480 ingots per minute that roll upstairs. Okay. And that gets made into a bunch of different things. This is like the first factory we built in the game. And it was one of the ones where I spent the most time trying to make it look decent, and then I just gave up. Because I was spending too long on cosmetics, and people were like, do something else. That's why I stopped focusing on cosmetics altogether. So it's 480 per minute. We have all these rows of, I think orange is iron plates. This is iron pipe, or steel pipe, using iron ingots. The green ones are iron rods. The blue ones are screws. The orange ones are wire. Yeah, we make cable here, a bunch of things. And then upstairs is, I don't know, where we make everything else, basically. Yeah, upstairs is the assembly area, right? So they're all constructors. This floor is all assemblers. So these are making rotors, stators, reinforced iron plates. I don't know what these are. Modular frames, alright, yeah. And on this side, things got a bit more complicated. We built truck stations in and started delivering in things. Like encased industrial beams, that sort of stuff. Started making our first space elevator parts. And then we built a space elevator upstairs, and then we just stuck with it. Did everything from there. The supercomputers went back into the dimensional depot. Yeah, you're probably right, actually, right? We gave it priority, and I did steal them out of there. So you're probably right with that. Until that depot is... It is full now. But I'm just surprised that we're not seeing more moving along. Now, it is a very low amount we make. Like 7 per minute. So you do expect to see these trickling in. But I shouldn't have let the drones go until they'd filled up, like that person mentioned. Otherwise, now they're just flying all the time. So... Can't unsee that anymore. I'd like to change that, but it's all good. It's all good. We could take them out of these machines, actually. And then just pop them in there. And it would buy us more time between flights. $915 tickets. You still need like 1,000 more tickets, by the way. I still feel like so far I'm justified in saying that I didn't want to spend those tickets on goods because I want to get the statues. 70 per minute, wow. Do we need this for the next milestone or anything? I can't remember. I'll just have a look downstairs. If not, that's going to be it for today. But we'll mark that off the list as well. Dark matter crystal, done. And while things are chaotically placed, everything runs at 100%. That's the important thing. The only thing that matters. In the eyes of Fix-It, I guess. Yeah, it's the superposition oscillator. So mix that with some crystal oscillators, Alclad, which I think are two things we don't really have. Alclad, we've got 15 per minute, so it's not enough. We'll have to build another aluminum factory for that, in theory. Or just summer sloop it, maybe. 4 per minute are needed. I was only going to do one of these anyway. 45 per minute. Damn. And then crystal oscillators, I think, is the same thing. We make 3.33. Pain. That's not too bad. I guess we'll just make a little factory for both. Doesn't have to be high volume, right? Just make enough. Supply 2 of these or something. Same with the Alclad. It should be fine. It's just a bit of repetition, right? It's like, we need to make more of the same things that we already make. But at least we've got the dark matter crystal in position now. That'll be fine. That's for the next thing, spatial energy regulation. And then we'll just see. I'm still not aware yet of what this takes. But it seems like it takes these. So, okay. To fill this with what we have so far. Turn the drone port off for it to build up. Oh yeah, it's a good call. Didn't even think of that. And turbo motors. Alright, that's where we'll leave it. Bar is halfway full. We're almost done with the final Well, not final. Yeah, they're actually the final milestone. This can go, and this is done. And we're decluttering the place too, which is kind of nice. I like how my hub has just stayed out there on the grass since the very beginning. Return the place to nature. Oh yeah, we still have alternate recipes, I think. I never got. Oil-based diamonds. Maybe we could do something in here for getting crystal oscillators in an easier way. I'll think about it. I don't know why I deleted it. Anyway, that's going to be it for today. So, I had a fun one. Sorry I couldn't stream longer. I mean, this is a decent enough stream. 4 hours, 20 minutes. I'm going to go make my din-din. It's quite late. It is 20 past 9. It's pizza night. Me and Rosie are making our own pizzas. So, tomorrow, end the game. Maybe tomorrow I'll be live a little earlier, so that should be good. But I don't know. I don't know what it takes to make the final component. Tomorrow, we have to make now. Well, no. I don't think I'll be ending the game tomorrow. It will probably be the week after. It seems like we have to do the waste management at the nuclear power plant. I then need to make a crystal oscillator factory, a small one, but that is a annoying, complicated thing to do, relatively speaking. Then I need to make an aluminum plant, a small one, but again, it's annoying. It's a complicated thing to make. At that point, then we can make the superposition oscillators in the numbers that I'm happy with that will allow us to make our AI expansion server. Then we see what's needed for the final components. So, tomorrow the stream should start, I'm going to say 3 p.m. UK time. So today it started about 5. So it's right now 20 past 9, so 9:20 p.m. It'll start at 3 p.m. So 6 hours before now. 6 hours, 20 minutes before now is when it'll start, time-wise. Alright, let's save it there. Oh yeah, I'm kind of curious to see how much time we have. So stream 36. We're at 2 hours 20, so we've got about 20 hours total before the nuclear facility breaks down. I know I always do this, but I want to go out there. I want to see how much is built up in terms of waste. It doesn't take too long to get there. Rose would be mad at me, but I want to see it. Sometimes there's a bug where keys don't work for you. Keys? What keys? Oh, the arrow keys, sorry. No, oh yeah, I run into bugs where the whole keyboard goes offline. The way you can fix it typically is interacting with the machine. Well, not the whole keyboard, but like the hotbar keys go offline for me, or sometimes with vehicles you can't press F when you're inside them to like load or unload. So typically the way it resets, like refreshes if you look into a machine, look out. That's how I've fixed it in the past. Maybe we'll build a crystal oscillator there. There's a bunch of crystal not doing anything. Alright, there she is. We saw that it was sputtering a little bit for water. It seems to be a really, really, really irregular and rare occurrence. And I saw someone say online that it's tied to like autosaves happening and frame rate. I don't know if that's true, but it would kind of make sense that it my autosave is really like every hour or something, so it's like, oh, it doesn't happen very often. But maybe. And we did see today when I loaded the game, power just shut down for no, like, clicked the switch to turn it back on, it worked. Everything was fine. So it's like, what the hell's up at that? There might be some glitchiness going on with some of the numbers. Oh, we've got a solid power line now. This is the issue, right? Water is like right on the edge of running out. But we make 600 per minute and it consumes 600 per minute. And we started these when they were totally full. So it's like over a very long period of time. They each have their own pipe. They start to like get low. Don't know why that is. I'm sure if we just turn them off, turn one off, let it just fill up again, probably be totally fine. Here we go. Here's the hazard zone. We're on to the left side now. So the right side's totally full. Left side's getting its stuff now. So what do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nine containers. So yeah, we're halfway through our reserves. 9 times 24,000. So we have 216,000 nuclear waste. That's okay. We'll figure it out. We'll handle it. It's the ones on the ends that seem to get pooled up with too much water, right? Oh, maybe not. Well, then where the fuck is it going? We're making 600 per minute. They're all at 100%. And yet, it's evaporating somehow. Unless it's in the first one. Yep. Oh, there it is. That's the 100 that's like missing from the plant on the very end. That's the dip that you see. So we'd have to do this, right? And then it's like... and we just wait until they fill. Or we just figure out what the hell the problem is with these pipes. I mean, I don't know what the problem is. One thing I could think of is that it might be better, maybe, to pull the liquid out of the middle one rather than at the end. Maybe. I'm not sure about that, but that I think might work better. The only other thing then as well is we gave these ones on the left valves, and we didn't give these ones any. So it was to troubleshoot and see if there's any difference. But there's none from what we could see, because a lot of people were like, oh, it's the valves. It's like, no, we put valves on after we had a problem on one side only. They have the same issue. No, I'm not sure. Anyways, think about it. Yeah, we shouldn't need pumps. It's 8 meters off the ground. So they should have their head lifts already. Wouldn't be against trying it, but it shouldn't need it. I guess there's some tiny bit that's not getting in. Anyway, right, that's going to be it for today. Again, for the 5th time. That really is going to be it. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll be dealing with nuclear waste. Maybe we'll throw some pumps on, troubleshoot, just to see if it helps. I'd like to find it out. I've done 600 on a pipe with water before, but part of me does think it is frame rate tied, because the game is running a little bit worse now with a lot going on in the world, and when I start streaming, frame rate is dipping. I don't use the LSS or anything, so we're raw dogging it, and I think we're hitching a bit because of that. I could be wrong though. Just a feeling. A storage tank on a buffer wouldn't do anything. A buffer is just a pipe segment in the code. I don't know why people always think that that would solve anything, because it really doesn't. It's just another pipe segment with more space in it. That you'd have the same problem. It would just probably occur over longer periods of time. Problem is that water's getting stuck in the extractor. And it's like, why? Why is that happening, you know? Enjoy the pizza, thank you. Alright, it's gonna be it. Thank you very much for watching. Thanks for all the support. Really do appreciate it, by the way. And sorry that I go off on tangents talking about numbers and things. It's all good. I don't use any mods other than one called Sky UI, just to change the time of day. That's it. Alright. Thank you very much for watching. I'll see you hopefully tomorrow, 3 p.m. UK time. Have a good evening. Goodbye. Still here. Goodbye.
Thank you.